not promote or promotion any illegal activities. All content provided by this channel is meant only for educational purpose only.
He was walking around the house.
Any potential weapons.
So now she's back downstairs in the room to the right, if you come in the door, correct?
Yep.
She's gathering belongings. What happens after that?
She started getting a little bit emotional for a second, saying she was going to lose her job, etc. And I told her, you just relax, take a deep breath. You got to let the process play out. Maybe cooler heads prevail. And she actually kind of settled down a little bit.
So what happened after you had that conversation?
I called Justin to come to the house, and her mother showed up right around that point.
Who had the baby when her mother showed up? Do you remember?
Officer Houston had the baby when her mother showed up.
Was there a handoff at that point?
When her mother showed up?
Yep.
Yeah. The mother took the baby from Officer Houston.
So what happened next?
Her and her mother were in the family room. She showed her mother the 209A order, and the statement was made that we were taking her baby, and I told her we're not taking your baby. Justin is, and she ended up going back upstairs with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay, and you stayed downstairs?
I did.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Elaine arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
So Mr. Elaine arrived with his sister. They came in the house. Kelsey was upstairs in the bedroom with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston. I had the sister take the baby out to the vehicle, and Justin grabbed some things and went out. He came back into like the porch area, the enclosed porch area, asked if he could go grab his suitcase and some items, and there was also, he had asked also, because she had his wallet and some other items from the weekend, he had asked if he could get those too, and Kelsey had agreed to give those back to him, or give them to him.
So he had left the house. The sister, excuse me. Do you know her name to be Courtney Alien?
Yes.
Elaine, excuse me. And she took the baby outside.
Yes.
Justin went out initially, but then came back and asked permission to come back in the house?
He went out carrying some items, and then he came back up and asked if he could retrieve some things, including a suitcase in the basement.
Okay. And did he go down the basement?
He did.
Okay. After he went down in the basement, who was upstairs?
Both Officer Houston, Officer Noonan, and Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay. At some point, did Officer Houston come down?
He did.
And where did he go? Do you remember?
Officer Houston came down the stairs and told me that Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't want Justin in the house, so I told him to go around to the basement to basically hold him there because we didn't want them interacting. So Officer Houston was going to hold Justin the alien at the door over there, which is around the backside off the kitchen. And
okay, and Officer Noonan is still upstairs.
Thank you, Diane, new member. Appreciate it, man.
Yes.
Shout out to you.
What happened next?
And soon we're gonna have exclusive
maybe
member
a
on
minute later,
content,
I'm
but I
down
want
in
you
the,
to chat to let
family
us
room
know what type of
Kelsey's mother and the
content we
child,
should
they're over
do.
by the couch.
And
She's
since
over
everyone's
maybe
streaming this
understanding,
today, I think maybe we
right
should have
basically
some
on the wall
conversations
where
in
we
the
pivot
chat
down the stairs, we
about how the
upstairs.
trial
Front door
is
open,
going.
Kind of funny. So
Should
I was
Kelsey have
standing
took
there
this
waiting,
hearing?
and then I
Or
heard
should have she
Officer
went with a
Noonan.
Was the
jury
baby still
trial?
in the
But
house, or did the
I'm sorry, the baby was gone at that point.
become a YouTube member
so how
today.
close
I
were you-
appreciate it.
Kelsey's mother
Instead of
was still
super chatting,
downstairs
you know
in the
what?
living room
Give some
with the family
memberships.
room with me.
You know,
She's over by
I
the
don't know
couch,
much about it,
and
but I
I
think
was
it
standing
all goes to the same place, right?
by the
So
wall near the
Closest to
front?
the
instead of
staircase
just,
to the
you know,
west.
sending
Did
a
you
super
ever
chat,
hear,
maybe just
Officer
give some
Noonan or anybody
memberships.
else start to come down the stairs at all?
After Officer Houston came down?
Yes.
No.
What happened next?
I didn't see
well,
it. Is
I
it
heard
worth
Officer Noonan,
rewinding, going back? I don't know if I
Call
can
out
go
like
back,
loud
starting
authoritative
in the
voice.
beginning,
Kelsey,
or should we
do it
just
with Kelsey.
continue here?
What happened after?
I just go home from work.
Well said, thank you.
Did you hear anything after that?
Gunshots.
How many of you remember?
2.
Coming from upstairs?
Yes.
So where did you go after that, when you heard that?
So when I heard Officer Noonan call out, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey, I pivoted, looked up
I
the
always
stairs and
ask
started running up
permission.
the
I
stairs.
do not like using other
When did
people's
you hear
content.
gunshots?
While I was moving up the stairs.
Officer Noonan, was he at the top of the landing?
He was at the top of the landing in the frame of basically standing at the frame of the bedroom door.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the top of the stairs?
I looked in the room.
And what did you see?
Miss Fitzsimmons was laying down. She was on the floor. If you look at the room, she was from the doorway. She was on the opposite side of the room, head closest to the wall, feet closest to us.
And she appeared to be injured.
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of that?
I immediately went into the room, got up there. When I got up to her, I could see
No
the gun
pressure,
was,
no
she had her
pressure
arm
at all.
Down to by her left leg. So I picked the gun up, put it on the bed. I'm between her and the bed. And
I'm
we
on
started-
for everybody that
they were,
watches me,
like, rendering
you
it.
know,
Where
that
was
wants to
Officer
hear
Noonan?
me speak. I'm like,
In the bed.
wow, like,
Did you have your gun
you
out?
know, and
No,
Did he have
I
his
was
gun out?
telling
Yes.
my wife this morning, I was like, you know, if,
Do you know what happened?
and I
to the
said
gun
this
on the bed?
yesterday, I said, if
the
I
gun
don't
on
get
the bed,
another
at some
member
point
or
when we
another
were- I
follower,
was
I am so
trying to
happy
wrap gauze around her.
with the audience that I have.
Officer Noonan picked it up and I believe he handed it to Officer Core.
I'm so happy with the audience that
Noonan
I
handed it to Officer
have.
Core, C-O-R.
You ladies, you guys, you
Did
have
you,
been great.
Can you describe?
You have
the
made me
injuries?
feel welcome. You welcomed
Yeah,
me
so
in with
I,
open arms.
She had a
You know,
gunshot
so
wound
bless
to her
you
chest
all.
or lower
Real
between the abdomen
talk,
and the chest,
you
like
know?
right below like the breastplate. And when I rolled her over to her side, I could see in the back it would appear to be an exit wound.
Were the other first responders called?
Yes.
Who called them? Do you remember?
I got on the radio basically right pretty fast saying that we had shots fired, female down, and we need medics or something to that effect. And I believe other people also were on the air.
Was the defendant saying anything when you got in the room?
When I got into the room originally, when she's on the ground,
Yes.
yeah, she kept saying, "I'm sorry and I want to die."
I'm sorry, and I want to.
Fire personnel arrive?
Yes,
They take her away?
they did.
What did you do with the scene, if anything, at that point?
At that point, we were calling people to come to the scene.
Did you secure it?
Yeah.
What
Never
happened
a
with
stupid
the,
question. What do you need?
gun? If you know, what happened with the gun that Ms. Fitzsimmons had?
See if me and my
walked into the room?
my mods over here can
Yeah,
help you
so-
out.
If you came up the stairs, at the top of the stairs, there was some shelving with some police equipment. There was a like a gun safe on the floor right there. An officer core made the weapon safe, put it in the gun safe, and basically.
When
stood over it
responding
until
to someone in the
things were-
chat, how do I highlight a name to respond to them instead of having to type it out each time?
Whether or not that testimony is based on personal.
I just
knowledge
have
or
a cell
not, just,
phone and
I don't
not
know
a
what's testifying to,
computer.
Things that they've learned in the investigation. There's been no preface for the question. Did he see
When
that?
responding to someone in the chat, how do I highlight a
So I just wanna
name
take the
to
opportunity right
respond
here
to them
to object to
instead of
anything that's
having
just
to
sort of
type
local
it
testimony
out each
versus
time?
Witness perceived.
All right, so.
We could rephrase it, I guess.
Mr. Brado, the most efficient way for me to handle objections is, object, and I certainly understand.
Well, there's 28
what
people
the,
in
what the
here.
reason
Maybe
is, but
maybe somebody can help
they
us
check
out.
At the time, and I'll make a decision. Are you moving to strike?
I just put
I
at.
can ask for rephrase to whether or not the question is based on personal knowledge.
Okay, and not your fault, my fault, but what are you moving to strike?
The entire answer, and ask that the question be asked again, and the answer be, make it clear that whether the witness is testifying on his own personal perception, his own personal knowledge, or whether he's just globally testifying, which I would object to.
All right, so are you talking about the testimony related to the securing of the scene?
What Core did, yes, Your Honor.
What court?
What Officer Core did, correct.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Well, he can ask all the questions he wants on cross-examination. The testimony is what the testimony is.
Well, it shouldn't come in at first, Your Honor, at the first instance if it's not based on personal.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I certainly understand your point, Mr. Braden. I'll look out for it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Now, Judge, I have a number of pictures that I'm going to be displaying, and you said
Okay.
earlier that you wanted to see them first.
So they've been pre-marked? Okay. Well, no, you're going to display them there? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just, but let's just make a record of what's been pre-marked, if you could, Mr. Ruane.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties agreed to pre-mark exhibits 1 through 72, which are all photographs, and then exhibit 73, which is a thumb drive and an envelope. So the
I'm sorry,
next-
I didn't hear you. 73 was what?
A thumb drive
Yeah.
and an envelope.
In an envelope?
Yeah.
Okay,
The next numbered exhibit would be 74.
okay. And counsel, I want to commend you folks for getting together and having those pre-marked. It definitely speeds things up.
Those are agreed to.
Okay. All right, so, no, that's fine. I know what I said, but you can ignore it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 1. Can you see that?
Yes,
Oh, what's that?
that's the residence.
That's the residence that Ms. Fitzsimmons was living in there at the time?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Do you recognize, no, there's some glare, what that is?
So that would be if you're looking at the house, I think that's the school in the background there.
So is this the school over here that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I believe that's the school.
Any way to do something about is that the way the photo is?
It's like that too. I'll pass it up to your honor.
That looks like the fencing that runs between the school and the
Yeah,
house.
Coach, you-
Mr. Roy, can I just see that real quick? Okay, I get it. So do you want to take another look?
No, actually, I can see it better with this one. Yeah, that's the, basically to the right of the house.
and that's the school that you were talking about?
Yes,
That's where her car was parked, back that way?
yes.
Was there anything in the driveway at the time that you got there that would have prevented someone from parking in the driveway of the house?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the residence.
Number 7.
That's the main, the door to come into the house.
Number 8. That's the
Same,
stairs going up?
yeah, stairs in, yeah.
Can I'm sorry, can I see exhibit 8? There was some glare and it's just difficult. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So were these photos taken that night? I guess I'll ask you, do you know, were these photos taken that night?
Not by me, but yes, I believe they were taken that night.
Okay, thank you.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize?
That's when you walk in that first door, it's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in, that from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes,
What stairs are those?
those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
I'll show you exhibit number 13. Recognize what that is.
Yes, that's the living room.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left,
Yes,
do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you asked her to take a seat when you first got in there?
yeah, so where blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch. She was just to the left of it.
So right here.
Let me just excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm okay with where it's at. If I could just inquire.
Sure.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
This is a different angle.
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. Do you recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room and you take a right, there's another room there that then leads to the kitchen? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that room that we were just looking in?
Correct. Same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you
I'm
just?
sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you it's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the kitchen.
Okay, so right now we've started going in the front door, gone to the left through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen.
Yes.
And is this where you said Mr. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers, in like a cabinet that she'd opened. There were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
So that, when you say the same room, you mean the
It's the
kitchen?
kitchen. Yeah, part of the kitchen. Just different angle.
I'm going to display, maybe to clarify, number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen and to in the photo, to the left of the photo is that the drawers that we were just talking about?
Next to the refrigerator? Yes. Yes.
Do you recognize what that is in exhibit number 31?
No.
Would that be the stairs down, going down to the basement?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, I'll get that.
Sorry.
And do you recognize this room?
Yes.
What room is that?
It's
I'm sorry, what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
Thank you.
it's off of the kitchen.
Okay. So and now we almost went around the whole house. in a circle.
Yeah.
Now I'm showing you what the mark is exhibit number 33. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That'd be a photo from the bottom of the staircase looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so the picture taker would have just walked through exhibit number 32, that last room, and came full circle?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the staircase to go to the second floor.
Number 36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some, it's hard to see. Thank you.
Exhibit 37, can you describe what we're seeing there?
That's if you were at the top of the stairs, looking straight on.
And appears that there's a room to the right. Which room would that be?
That's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 38.
That's a photo from the top of the stairs also.
Okay, that's you see a room on the left side of the photo. Is that what we call the baby's room?
Yes.
Mr. Kubatowski, may I see exhibits 37 and 38? I'm just getting some glare. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Kubatowski, do you mind, on exhibit 38, I had trouble picking up what that was.
Sure.
Could you just ask him again?
So I'm going to show you exhibit number 38. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's if you were at the base. I guess you'd call it a hallway in between the two bedrooms.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 40.
That's the baby's room.
Exhibit number 42.
Same thing, the baby's room,
Different angle.
different angle.
And
I'm sorry, that was 42 that you just showed? Okay. Thank you.
45. Can you describe what that is?
That's the baby's room also.
Exhibit number 46. You recognize what that is? Is that the baby's room looking out the door towards the landing?
Yes.
And exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
That's a picture from the hallway into the room where the shooting occurred.
Into the bedroom. Now, you see a chair there inside the room. Do you remember, was that chair placed in that position when you first saw it, or was that moved at all by fire personnel, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Silly question, but I'm having trouble seeing the glare. Is that police tape?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just having trouble seeing it too. Maybe if we could just angle that this way
Sure.
just a little bit. It's hard to see it.
Sure, no, you folks should see everything.
That's fine. Thank you.
And can you still see?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit number 50.
It's a photo of the bedroom from the doorway.
Exhibit number 51.
Same, it's a photo of the bedroom from a different angle.
So it shows the left as you walk into the room.
Yes, it showed like the hard corner if you came in the room.
Exhibit number 52.
Same, it's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 53.
Same.
Okay, now in this photo, you can see an air conditioner. You can see the bed on the right, correct? A bassinet on the left.
Yes.
When you came into the room, where was Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So she was just past the bed, like her head had pretty much, her head was by the wall where the air conditioning unit was, and her feet were angled out just to the left of the bed.
Okay, so her head was
Furthest from the door, so
over here.
probably a little to the left of that.
Okay, and her feet were facing this way.
Yes.
So can I ask, so when you say to that they were angled, the feet were angled out to the left. That, you mean our left as we're looking at the photograph or her left?
No, I'm sorry, our left is, we're looking at the photograph. So it would be her right if her head was towards the air conditioner.
May I ask the witness to get that down in the purchase screen?
Yes.
Could you just describe the positioning of Ms. Fitzsimmons when you first walked into the room?
Yep, she's basically here, like if my hand was a body, it was kind of laid like this, her head was right over here, and her feet were over here.
And where was the gun?
The gun was by her left leg, she was laying on her back, it was somewhere right in here. But I couldn't see the gun until I got up to her.
And then you moved her, and then you saw the gun, or did you see it?
I saw when I got up on where she was.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 55. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. It's the bed, same bedroom, and that's the area she was laying in, right? It'd be like the bottom of the screen,
Okay.
or the bottom of the photo.
That's the opposite side of the bed.
Yes.
Now, when you went up there and you were attending to Ms. Fitzsimmons and after, did Officer Noonan say anything?
Well, we were, well, she was still there? No.
Did he say anything
Well,
else?
actually, yeah. I mean, we were both telling her, like, just breathe, calm down and breathe.
Okay. Did he say anything after she was taken away?
Yes.
What did he say?
When we were basically in the hallway towards the baby's room when they'd taken Kelsey down the stairs, and I heard him say that she had pointed a gun at him.
Objection, motion to strike.
Sustained.
What was his demeanor at that point?
Officer Noonan's?
Yes.
I think he was sort of in shock a bit, like everybody. I mean, I think we were all clearly taken by surprise by what happened.
And how long after you, after the shots were fired, did you have a conversation, without saying what it was, with Officer Noonan about what happened?
Maybe 5 minutes, just based on however long it took the the medical staff to get her packaged up to get her to a hospital.
Your Honor, I would ask for a ruling on an excited utterance at this point.
An excited utterance from Officer Noonan?
Yes.
And Officer Noonan's going to testify?
Yes.
And counsel?
I would object, Your
All right. Well, I think I need more of a foundation, but if it qualifies, I'll.
Now, you stated it was about five minutes after you heard the gunshots, right? That you had a conversation with him, that he said something to you, correct?
Yes,
In the meantime, you both had been tending to her wounds, true?
yes,
And you said he was, seemed to be in shock, which is different than he normally was. When you talked to him at the station.
yeah, definitely.
And how so?
I think, like everybody else, I think he was overwhelmed and a little bit trying to process what just happened, or bewildered.
Sustained. As to what, like everyone else, I just need to know what the officer appeared to you. What his demeanor, what was his emotional state, etc.
I wouldn't say he wasn't emotional. He appeared shaken a bit.
I'd renew my request, Your Honor.
Lack of foundation.
And this was 5 minutes after what? After the shooting, 5 minutes after, I'm sorry, this is to you.
5 minutes after the shooting.
So how long did it take for the fire department to remove Ms. Fitzsimmons?
I'm guessing around 5 minutes. It may have been quicker.
Fire department was there that quickly?
The fire department was there very quickly. Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what, this sounds like seems like a good time to take a break, our morning break. So, and I will rule on the objection when we get back. All right, so we will stand in recess, say, for 15 minutes. Will that work for everyone? Okay. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. We'll stand in a 15-minute recess. Please exit quietly.
And we got a recess. How has the trial been so far?
I know that you can see it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, how about that? Maybe we will. We discussed, how the trial's going so far, what the tone has been for the trial. This is a bench trial, and everything's moving with a more, I guess, tighter, more disciplined rhythm. So we have no jury, so we don't have to worry about getting emotions. 92 people up in here. So the 86 people that are on Twitter, any chance some of y'all can go to YouTube and hit that subscribe button? Won't cost you no paper unless you're a hater, but if some of the 88 people over there, we only got 5 people over here on YouTube watching. Come on over here and join the chat. And let's chat it up. What's
Jerks? I'm just speaking for a couple minutes here. Court is on a 15-minute break. I have to go walk some dogs. I'm going to go walk some dogs and listen to this and run the stream, but I will be back later this afternoon, guaranteed. We'll be covering this all day. Stick around. Please don't leave. I want to thank everyone for super chatting today. All the viewers. Our chat is the best around. Thank you. Roseanne McDonald says, you work so hard. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much, Roseanne. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And Simon just donated again. And please pass the pepper.
If someone
and
gets
Maria, I want to thank everybody who's been donating
over to
today.
the Young Jerks.
And again, we have some big shows coming up this week. Tonight we'll be live at 5:30. We'll be live again tomorrow covering this and have some live shows in the evening. On Wednesday night, we have the state auditor.
Yeah, come over.
Diana DiZoglio here. She wants to audit the state house, audit the governor, audit the mass legislature. They don't want it. They don't want it. We'll be covering that on Wednesday night. Exclusive interview with state auditor Diana DiZoglio. We do get all the best guests. It's not a fluke. There is a reason. I want to thank all of you for being here. You're part of the reason these guests come on this show. Who's in the chat? Thank you so much for being here. We'll be here all day. All right, I'm going to go walk some dogs, and I'll be watching.
But big shout out to Mike. Let me go see what they have going on. Let me go over here and take this down. I was kind of in the middle of doing try to hit them goals. I got 15 super chats for the goal. Maybe we can get the 15 super chats today. You know, 2 hour goal. Prayers for Kelsey. You know, so yeah, so when you have a bench trial, you got the judge basically that's, you know, steering the ship. You know, testimony could be more focused, objections are cleaner.
A couple little parties in Roslyn and Dale. Those were fun. Smoke some weed in Rossi. I love Good Harbor. In your car, put it on your phone. No, I'm not going to shut up. Maybe I will now, though, because it looks like court is starting up. So I will shut up. All right. I'm going to put myself down. How am I compared to the court, too? Setup. Maybe I'm looking at it different. Maybe it is the same setup. The chairs seemed a lot closer. Maybe they moved out chairs. I'm not sure.
So
Maybe
that's
they're
where
in
the
a different
jury
courtroom
usually
today than when
sits.
I was there. Because you, until it starts, you have every right to talk. This is your show. Weeks ago, I don't see how. I mean, there was a little blip when Jay Brill had that thing happen. I had to say something because, you know, Jay Brill did nothing wrong. Did nothing wrong. He just got up and asked some questions, and I'm gonna stick up for Jay Brill on that. But otherwise, it's like this shit is so boring. I don't understand why anyone's into it. I don't get it. It's like you must have really boring lives. You guys are the ones that sit there and watch the grass. That Jay Brill did nothing wrong. That they look like fucking idiots. You know, what else is he gonna do?
And I'd like to just emphasize 4 aspects of it. First, I've ordered that people attending the trial may not display any words or images on their clothing or elsewhere that advocate for or against either side. And the reason why I've done that is I'd like this courtroom to remain as neutral and impartial as possible. All right, so don't take offense at that, just cover up. Second, consistent with our rules of the Supreme Judicial Court, I'm allowing authorized members of the media to use a total of 3 cameras, 2 video cameras, so to speak, and a still camera. And my understanding is that the content will be shared among the media. Next, other than these 3 cameras, no one else is allowed to use a cell phone camera or any electronic device to photograph, record, or transmit any aspect of these proceedings while inside this courtroom, or while listening remotely via the court's live audio feed without prior court approval. And fourth, no one at all, including our members of the media, may photograph or video anyone or anything at any location inside this courthouse other than this courtroom pursuant to the rules. So in other words, out in the hallway and other public areas of the courthouse, do not photograph anyone, videotape, etc., or any of the places. You should treat any orders or requests of our court officers as if they're coming from me or came from me. Everyone should at this time check their cell phones, make sure they're on silent mode. And finally, just remember, this is a court. I'd like you folks to be as silent as possible, and I'd like you to do that even during recesses. There's business going on in this courthouse, so if you can please, at recess, try to keep your voices down. That would be terrific. All right. Now, counsel, just wanted to go over a couple of procedural things, expectations, I guess. So with a few exceptions, I think I mentioned this at the last hearing, with a few exceptions other
Members of witnesses in the room that will be under the temptation to speak with their loved ones about what's going on in here. So I would ask the court to issue a order in open court to those people. You don't need to single anyone out, of course, but, I'd ask the court to specifically address the notion that you cannot be a conduit to a witness and deliver information to them, even though you're not on the witness list. You're here and you're advised that you may not do so. You can't be a conduit to a violation of the sequestration order.
Commonwealth, any thoughts on that?
No, I have no problem.
Okay. All right. As I told you folks at a prior hearing, I typically do not issue formal sequestration orders, but why don't I do this, given that it's been raised by the defense? I'll let the folks know, folks that are here and maybe folks that are listening remotely as well, that if you are on the witness list and you've been told that you may end up being called to testify, you should know that I have issued what's called the sequestration order. And what's most, I guess, pertinent for you to know is that you may not discuss any of your testimony or any testimony that you hear in court from another witness with anyone else on the witness list at all right? So get to know who's on the witness list, and you should know that you should not share that information. And I guess I can already see from Attorney Coakley that that wasn't perhaps broad enough because it didn't address one thing that Mr. Bradel heard. So all persons watching and listening to this trial should not share the testimony that they hear or see with folks that are on the witness list, folks that may be expected to be called as witnesses. Is that sufficient, Mr. Bradel?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and that is an order that I've entered, okay? Please obey it. Anything else, Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, there's one issue that I'd like to put on the record regarding important statements that we don't have. And I will say that we're not requesting a continuance for it because we need to get this trial done. However, we've been trying to get some statements from the North Andover Police Department. And they're this. There was an outside agency that was employed called CIC that was run by Attorney Daniel Bennett. And Attorney Bennett did an investigation into the propriety of the actions of Officer Noonan, a witness in the case, the person that shot Ms. Fitzsimmons. And we have a 80-something page report from them that has all sorts of excerpts of verbatim statements from several of the witnesses that are going to be called. And I did ask counsel for the Commonwealth to produce those statements of witnesses that were the product of the Bennett report, the Bennett investigation, the CIC investigation. And counsel, as he should have and did, asked the police department for those statements. The police department is apparently taking the position that they don't have custody of these statements that were retained by them and produced and paid for by them. And so they're telling the Commonwealth that they don't have them. I reached out to Mr. Bennett over the weekend, and he informed me that he would check with the police, and I haven't heard back from him just as of yet. So I wanted to just point up this issue on the record, Judge, that we don't have those statements. We are not asking for a continuance. We will forge ahead, but we want those statements. And
can I just make sure that I understand? Are you saying, so this outside entity, private entity, CIC, conducted some kind of an internal investigation of the shooting?
Yes, they were retained by the NAPD.
Okay. And you're saying that during CIC's investigation, first of all, CIC issued, you said, an 80-page report.
Yes.
You have that?
I do. And it has excerpts from what's clearly a transcript or a recording of several witnesses' statements. Okay. Which I don't have.
All right. So that's the issue. You're saying that folks that CIC interviewed, you don't have those statements? That's what you're looking for.
Correct, the actual real statements, and there's only excerpts of those statements in a report that essentially takes Noonan's side in the matter and exonerates him, I guess you could call it, but we don't have the full interviews.
Were the statements, those statements, again, generated by CIC, turned over to the North Andover Police Department?
Well, I've been informed by counsel for the Commonwealth that the police don't have them.
Okay.
And, you know, I don't think that's an adequate answer that he's getting from the police because they bought the statements. They own the statements. They have custody and control of the statements. So to pretend that they don't have access to them, I think is disingenuous. It prejudices us, and it is something that needs to be remedied by the court if it's not handled by the end of the day.
All right, so Mr. Bradle, you said, so what is it exactly that you're requesting me to do?
I'm requesting you to order the North Andover Police Department to produce forthwith all the recorded statements from the CIC investigation.
You said recorded, so you believe
I assume they were recorded, Judge, right? And they were probably reduced to a transcript is my guess, but they're statements that they bought and paid for, and they need to produce them. And it's completely inadequate and disingenuous for them to say they don't have them. They do have them.
All right.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, are these statements that were generated by CIC in the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution team as those terms are defined in our rules?
No.
Okay.
God damn, I don't know what the hell happened. Walked away for a minute, but we back. 8 people up in here. You know, happy Monday. But give me a minute to finish what I was doing. So that's just housekeeping, not opening statement. FYI, LOL. Yeah, I thought it was. You know, I thought it was. It's all good. It's all good. You know, it's all good. Shout out to Mikey over there at the Young Jerks. You know, day one. Let's see what Untwisted Tragedies got going on. Yeah, I had to go make my daughter soup and stuff. She's homesick today, so that is so true. You know, Turtle Boy with his with the wish list, you know, and then he's bragging that, you know, his people bought him a friggin' he's bragging that they bought him a house and they bought him a car because they wanted to buy all that stuff. You know, how nice. You know what I mean? That's all I gotta say. How nice for the turtle, right? You know, let's hit them goals, you know, real appreciate it. You know, that picture, right? Isn't that picture awesome? That's like the welfare office. You know, that's like the welfare office. But let's get out of here. You know, appreciate the 7 people watching this. I don't care if there's 7 or 70 or 500 or 5,000. I screwed up. I walked away. I deserve it. Brother Council, see what he has going on. You know what we'll do while I finish the damn. While I finish the soup. Oh, shit. I'm slacking, people. I'm slacking bad right now. Give me a minute. Just bear with me.
violent misdemeanors. Okay, yeah. Suffolk County DA's office that made, I think, the first in Massachusetts to integrate data-driven prosecution. Yeah. Public safety first and treatment second. But I think right, we have a country with a long history of prosecuting and jailing people on faulty evidence, right? To some extent, you're always going to have evidence that are.
I just can't believe what a fucking idiot this guy is. Like, this is the interview you're having. You want to talk about ICE? This guy's, I can already tell this guy's left wing. I get it. His brain is like run by Donald Trump. He doesn't even, like, you have the guy here. Like, it's Norfolk County, bro. Everyone wants to talk about Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, Sandra Birchmore, all this shit. That's what they want to talk about. Nobody gives a fuck about anti-ICE protests. That's not happening in Sharon. That's not happening in Franklin. That's not happening in Bellingham, bro. That is not happening in Dedham. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's fucking
Give me a
blocking roads in
minute.
Dedham.
I gotta
Fucking
get the
ICE.
water.
All right? That's happening in Boston.
So
All right, that's not happening in Norfolk County. What's happening in Norfolk County is Sandra Birchmore, Turtle Boy, fucking Karen Reed. That's what's happening there. That's what you want to ask this guy about. Nothing else.
Legally admissible, but it might not pass muster.
Where are you, Turtle? Come on. Give me a minute.
The charges that she basically was picked up for, and earlier in the year, she seems to have of late been remaining out of trouble, Your Honor. She and I had a talk in the jail about, what was the basis for not completing probation? What was the issue this time? Previously, she'd done well on community corrections, so I was trying to figure out with her what was going on here. And she indicates to me that she believes and that she may have suffered from postpartum depression and some psychiatric issues. She has, without my advice, reached out to the jail staff for some psychiatric help. I think that that may be the underlying problem here, the underlying issue here. And so it's a good step for her to reach out and look for resources to help her with that. And those resources would have been available through community corrections. However, unfortunately, at that time, she did not take advantage of them. However, now, Judge, I'm hoping that you might consider, obviously, that there's no point in keeping her on probation in this matter. She's likely to get probation, or potentially may get probation in one of the two new matters. However, one is driving without insurance. That's likely not to result in probation. The other, a domestic violence, if it's a first, is a 93-day maximum misdemeanor. So the question becomes, if you want her to stay on probation in one of those, in the new assaultive case, which probably, or give her community corrections, then what do we do with the jail sentence now? She's already got 120 days in as of March 1st, so she's got a few more now. I'm asking that you consider giving her the 180 days that she was originally sentenced to, and terminating this probation, and then she'll have an opportunity potentially to be on probation in one of the new cases, or if she chooses to not be. But I think 180 days in jail was what she was given, and obviously she didn't comply with her end of community corrections, so it's an appropriate sentence. But again, her reaching out to get some psychiatric help, I think, is a good start. I hope that she's able to at least get that started in the jail and then continue it when she eventually is released. She does have children she needs to take care of. There's been communication, obviously, from the jail. It's documented pretty thoroughly here in the probation violation report. The communication with the victim is regarding their children. And so I explained to her that one way we could have asked, or we could ask now, is to permit electronic communication by text.
Oh my gosh, see, Rex wins the internet. That is the perfect description for that hairstyle. And now, how many of you believe that her phone calls that she was ordered not to make, by the way, we all heard it. How many of you believe that that's all regarding the children and only the children?
Or email only, and
I am
only
almost
relating
done.
to issues of child custody, so long as the contact remains in place. It's my understanding that the jail does now have the capacity, Your Honor, for inmates to send text messages. So that being said, she could still know what was going on with her children without obviously placing an actual phone call and
For this face while you sit in prison and while you're crying as you're hauled away in front of your 4 daughters and their mommy has to go to prison. I'll be there. Just know that, Jennifer, and I'll be smiling. Maybe the judge will stagger the sentences with you and Matt. Maybe you'll get lucky. And that one of you can be around your kids for a little bit, and then you do the old switcheroo. Maybe you'll get lucky there.
Staggering. There's something. He's over here talking about kids and them losing parents. He's over here. All he wants to do is talk about how could you ever talk about me going to prison, and or he doesn't say prison, he says jail, and talk about you want my kids not to be around their father. But are you kidding me? He started this train in May, if not earlier, April of 2023, that I'm going to be there when y'all go to prison. Dude, the only person that I see going to prison in these comments, these clips are going to be played. And if you don't think that this is witness intimidation, you're wrong. Because it meets the statute. He's a moron. He's an absolute moron.
Maybe she's just going to keep living her life. Some people do that. And they just don't give a fuck. But you're not that guy. You were presenting yourself as that guy. But clearly you're not that guy. Because you went down to the courthouse and you told the judge today that you were scared of me. And that was a lie. We all know it's a lie because I've never threatened you. The only thing I'm threatening is your freedom. And believe me, I will be there when you go to jail. I'll be there when you're charged. I'll be at all of your court dates. You're my white Monica Cannon Grant. That's what you are.
Oh.
And we're going to have some fun. Trust me. This isn't going to end the way you thought it was going to end. And you're going to remember this face while you sit in prison and while you're crying as you're hauled away in front of your 4 daughters and their mommy has to.
What's the chances, right, that they're going to be, say Turtle Boy is convicted. What's the chances that they're going to be there when he gets hauled off to prison, if he's hauled off to prison? What's the chances?
To go to prison, I'll be there. Just know that, Jennifer, and I'll be smiling. Maybe the judge will stagger the sentences with you and Matt. Maybe you'll get lucky. And that one of you can be around your kids for a little bit, and then you do the old switcheroo. Maybe you'll get lucky there. But if somebody has the Carl screenshots of those, send them to me. I don't have time to dig them up right now. But it was like El Chico, the guy I went by. But feel free to send those at weakness like that, because now I'm just gonna. Now, regardless, that was a big mistake on her part to go down to the courthouse and admit weakness like that. Because now I'm just gonna. Now I know it's gonna be.
Oh, shit. Right there, fucking 20 coming right here, because the statute says, oh shit, dude. Now look at this. Now I know it's getting to you.
Mistake on her part to go down to the courthouse and
he's admitting that it bothers Jennifer McCabe and she's suffering emotionally, and he fucking knows it, and he's out here admitting it. And this is the part of my see here. Let's see where I put stuff here. I think it's over there. Dude, he is absolutely fucking dumb as fuck. His lawyers are just taking it all from him. Taking it all from him. Right here. Turn it up.
Weakness like that, because now I'm just gonna. Now I know it's getting to you. Never let me know that it's getting to you. Big mistake. Big mistake. However, what was even a bigger mistake, and you're so lucky about this one.
Do you understand that's intimidating? What's a bigger mistake? That's like it's like a or else statement. Okay. Or else. When somebody is made to feel like if I don't do something or else, that's all these people have to say. It was an or these are all or else statements. If I don't do certain things, there's an or else coming. Okay. Do this or else. And you don't have, it's not make believe, because it's the truth. You want to know why it's the truth? Because he says it this way. Listen up.
Now I know it's getting to you. Never let me know that it's getting to you. Big mistake. Big mistake. However, what was even a bigger mistake, and you're so lucky about this one, Jen, was the fact that you went at all. Because if you had been giving a 2-party hearing, when I first found out about this, you could ask anybody. When I first found out that you were down at Stoughton District Court,
you can ask anybody. Call him to the stand. Ask him about it. Call David Unetti to the stand. David Unetti is a fucking witness. I bet you he won't be pleading the 5th. There is absolutely no.
So David was his source. You know what I mean? Going back to May 2023. You know, and back then, Turtle Boy says others were trying to brand themselves as anti-Turtle Boy, but he framed it as anti-Karen Reed.
Privilege between him and David Unetti. David Unetti is a witness.
Court. I was in the car. Out about this. You could ask anybody. When I first found out that you were down at Stoughton District Court, I was in the car. Okay, I had a seatbelt on.
Channel
and my
10.
seatbelt almost
right.
split in half because
go check
of the
out
ginormous
10.
extra emoji that was just exploding from my loins at the thought of getting you in a courtroom. It was just like the thought of that. Just, oh my God, that's an award-winning journalist's wet dream right there. To have you in a courtroom captive. I don't know if you're familiar.
He just sexualized it. He just sexualized it. Then Lana does her research and does it well. I do. I take a lot of time. This is insane. This is insane. That when David and Eddie would have watched this video, which I know that he did, and realized, holy shit, this is what he did with the fucking information I gave him. He should have never given him another piece of information ever again. Okay, this man's dangerous, right? If you don't think that he's dangerous, okay, well, let's start giving him information about you and your family. Okay? Especially if he's going to be making money off of it, then he keeps going and going and going, right? Let's see how it feels to you. Let's see how you appreciate it. You understand that this was in a Boston police officer's murder case. This is what took place.
With this process, but I get to cross-examine you. And if you think my cross-examination skills are bad, I urge you to go and listen to the Leah Genduso cross-examination. That, like, what I got her to admit on the stand. She lost her fiance over that. He walked out of the court in disgust. I ruined her life again in court.
I ruined her life again. He admits to ruining people's lives. Okay. And he ruins them not because they ruin like their lives themselves and he just shows how they ruin their lives. No, he inserts himself to and does unethical after unethical stunt.
They back
borderline illegal shit. Okay. And
no, I hear you. I'm trying to get that
I'll ruin.
up,
Like, it's like I would.
And I'll ruin what?
Have a field day with you. Like again.
Well, speaking of those law girls, not attorneys,
and
are
I'll
also
ruin,
boots on the
like, it's
ground
like I
and
would-
have
And then he
their
stopped.
own
I'll ruin it and I'll ruin your
channel.
life.
Yeah, I know.
Jen. Listen.
No.
You have the right to think if you think
I'm
that Karen was set up,
team
right?
J.
Karen was
Bro.
framed and these people killed John.
Mm.
Okay. But this motherfucker has no right.
Believe J.
No
Bro,
right
we
based
team
on
J.
our
Bro
fucking
over
laws
here.
to do what the fuck he's doing. He's breaking them. You have the right to live peacefully as a witness for the state or the Commonwealth in whatever state or Commonwealth you are residing in, and you are a fucking witness. That is your civic duty that you want to come forward and be a witness in a murder trial. It is 2026. The days of the way that people are threatened and harassed have completely changed. You know, bullying just used to happen on the playground at school, and your kid only had to worry about being bullied maybe, I don't know, 4 to 8 hours a day. Now your kid can get bullied literally round the motherfucking clock. And so can you. You can be harassed. All the things. Annoyed, financially
Channel 10,
ruined,
Kelsey, let's see.
economically harmed, mentally harmed.
Justice served.
And these are all of the things that you would be hitting and saying
Erica W.
if you're Cosgrove in your opening. This is not a whodunit
Kelsey
case.
Fitzsimmons.
This is a he's done
timeline.
everything and recorded it case. And now all I need you guys to do as the jury
that when he walked into
is
the room after
uphold the
Kelsey
Massachusetts
said, "I'm sorry, I
laws.
want to die." Makes me
These are the
think that
laws.
she had the gun to her head more plausible.
If you guys can't uphold the laws, then we're not going to have
Honestly, do
witnesses
you know about
in
the Kelsey
murder cases.
past convictions involving domestic violence out of North Carolina? Are you pretending that it
I have a field day with
didn't
you. Like,
happen?
I did.
What
I had an
the
attorney
hell
for the one with the
does
16-year-old
any of
brat,
this have to do with
and she
Karen?
destroyed. Kathleen Fay just destroyed that girl's spirit. She'll never do that again. And the thing about her, Gemma McCabe, was, I'm like, do you understand that I get to cross-examine you? And Alan Jackson would probably be, without me even saying anything, on the next flight to Boston to be in that courtroom. You understand that, right? Like it would be.
See how he uses people's names? And now here at the time, we're all thinking that he doesn't talk to any of the people. He does not. They came out and said, we don't talk to Turtle Boy. And Turtle Boy said that I don't talk to them. Okay. And now the bag and the cat is out. There's the bag. The cat jumped out. We know that they were all in
comes out
all talking.
swinging in his opening
And-
statement.
And like I said, Karen Reed gets so many passes for me. It's not even going to be funny because if you were framed or set up, you know, there's a cover up for murder. I mean, come on, you're going to do anything and everything you can to save your fucking life. Let's be real. All right. That's a human instinct. But this motherfucker, this motherfucker did everything for himself and for.
Check this out. I love this. A lot of people say that Brado's opening statement was like blah, right? So what did I just see over here? Okay. Turtle Boy says, what's Turtle Boy say? Good morning, chat. Happy Monday to all. Turtle Boy says, Brado comes out swinging in his opening. North Andover police officers claim they heard Officer Noonan say, Kelsey, no, don't shoot, which is not something a trained officer would say to someone pointing a gun at them. It's something an officer would say to someone pointing a gun at her head. Go Turtle Boy, the friggin' weirdo, isn't he? All right. Let's see. Where am I supposed to be going right now? Court TV or Fox 25? Which one? Court TV? On the YouTube? Okay, the boss says Court TV it is. Rando supporters running the show today. Because I'm like, oh, I don't even know what's going on. We'll go to YouTube and then we'll go check out Court TV. FBI task force take down Boston bank robbers 6 days ago. Whoa. Look at this guy bouncing. What's he got, a pee? Does this guy have to pee or something? This guy got to pee, I think. Did they do Kelsey wrong or what? We got sound here or what? No? Oh, who's this retard? Excuse my language. I shouldn't be calling anyone a retard. Damn. Can't believe I said that word. Oh, there goes the baby. She's stealing the baby. All right, we got you. Yo, that's Justin, right? Is that the mama's boy? That's what I get out of Justin being. I'm sorry, Justin. I could never respect you as a man. I don't know. You know what I mean? You go and knock a woman up. You don't want to take care of your damn responsibilities. Is it wrong or is it me? I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. Don't trust me. I don't know what's going. Today's show. I'm roughing it out today myself. So, what do we got over here? We got memberships now. So, gift, someone in the chat on membership. Really appreciate it. Hit the super chats because I need a new laptop, man. This laptop has had it. You know, plus I got a court case coming. You know, like I am really, really hungry. You know, yeah, don't you gotta love Turtle Boy's claims that he is so damn undefeated. Justin, what are you doing? All right, give me a minute. I gotta bring my daughter's soup into her. And I'll give you a little bit of music to play, you know, in the background. Play it low. Got a good sound?
Listen up, I got a story to tell about the strong women who raised me well.
Good morning, GNX. Another mod in the house.
Saw my mom grind, juggling, working home. Taught me respect, made me feel less alone.
I gotta feed my daughter. I'll be right back.
Thinking that's power. I learned true strength in the toughest hour. You swing fists, you think that makes you a man, but real warriors protect, they don't need a hand.
Yeah, it's respect over aggression, that's the game we play. Real strength comes from the heart, it ain't just a display. For every queen that raised me, I honor they fight. In a world full of chaos, I'm just seeking the light.
My grandmother's wisdom, it echoes in my soul. Treat women with respect, that's how you roll. You think aggression's a sign of your might, but a real man knows how to stand up and fight. For those who can't, for those who are weak. Instead of throwing punches, have a heart when you speak.
Yeah, it's respect over aggression, that's the game we play. Real strength comes from the heart, it ain't just a display. For every queen that raised me, I honor they fight. In a world full of chaos, I'm just seeking the light.
You're a king now, you ain't got the throne. Real kings uplift, they're not out here alone. In a world where ego rules, I stay grounded and true. Building up my circle like my mother's taught me to do. So listen close, this isn't just art, it's a testament of strength, straight from the heart. I'm a product of Queens, respecting my veins. Let the legacy live on through joys and the pains.
Yeah, it's respect over aggression, that's the game we play. Real strength comes from the heart, it ain't just a display. For every queen that raised me, I honor their fight. In a world full of chaos, I'm just seeking the light.
Listen up, I got a story to tell about the strong women who raised me well. Yo, I grew up in a house full of queens, strong women teaching me to chase my dreams. Saw my mom grind, juggling, working home. Taught me respect, made me feel less alone. While you flex your muscles, thinking that's power. I learned true strength in the toughest hour. You swing fists, you think that makes you a man, but real warriors protect, they don't need a hand.
Yeah, it's respect over aggression, that's the game we play. Real strength comes from the heart, it ain't just a display. For every queen that raised me, I honor they fight. In a world full of chaos, I'm just seeking the light.
My grandmother's wisdom, it echoes in my soul. Treat women with respect, that's how you roll. You think aggression's a sign of your might, but a real man knows how to stand up and fight. For those who can't, for those who are weak. Instead of throwing punches, have a heart when you speak.
Yeah, it's respect over aggression, that's the game we play.
Good afternoon.
Just a display. For every queen that raised me, I honor they.
All right, my bad.
All set, Mr. Bradle.
Sorry, did something just happen? So I was hoping to just.
You're gonna replay it. I'm sorry. That's why.
I'm gonna use it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. All right. So
And that was
I'm
actually
sorry,
working pretty well.
Mr. Wayne, then I shouldn't have moved.
Sorry.
No. So do what you need to do.
Okay, you're ready.
All right, may I inquire, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we've never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report in this case?
I did.
And where is it? Who did you write it to?
Where did I write a report?
Right.
to?
When did you write it?
Afterwards,
And was it submitted in discovery?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Now, as far as preparing for trial, did you meet with the Commonwealth to do so?
I did
And how many times did you do that?
once.
And when was that?
Last Friday.
Last Friday? Okay. And so it's been obviously since June 30th, since this happened, correct?
Correct.
And you've been on the job with Officer Houston?
Correct.
You've been on the job with Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this incident, isn't it true that you spoke with Justin Alayan at the police department before going to Kelsey's house on June 30th?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yeah, in the lobby.
And how many times did you speak with him altogether?
In the lobby? Or
Anywhere
about
this?
If I had spoken to him at a work, like if he was on some type of a medical event,
I mean about this incident, about the service of the restraining order.
just in the lobby.
So
and
once.
then when I called him on the phone to come over to the house, I've never spoken to him other than
All right. How did you get a hold of his phone number?
because he gave it. I asked him for his phone number when we were in the lobby before I left, and I told him to wait in the lobby till I called him to come over.
How did he come to be at the lobby of the police station?
I don't know.
Why
I
was
would
he-
assume he drove, but I
Well,
don't
you
know.
interacted with him, right?
I did.
Was he there to see you?
I don't know if it was necessarily there to see me. He was there to bring in the restraining order and to work out the logistics of the essentially taking custody of the child.
Okay. So he brought you the restraining order?
He brought a copy of it, and we had a copy of it that had come in electronically.
Did he show you a copy of his affidavit at all?
He did.
And did you bring that to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No.
So you had it with Mr. Alain, but you didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when you served the order?
I didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when I saw the order, no.
Now, just so we have this right, Mr. Alain went to probate and family court, filed a lawsuit, essentially, a restraining order, getting custody and making all sorts of allegations against Ms. Fitzsimmons, right? That was your understanding?
Yes.
And he was living in Stowe, Massachusetts with his parents at the time, correct?
I don't know where he was living.
Okay. Did you ask?
No.
Did it matter?
Where he was living, well, I knew he wasn't living at the residence because if he was living at the residence, it would have changed things as in Ms. Fitzsimmons would have had to vacate the residence.
There you go.
The judge would have checked on that.
So he's not living at Phillips Brooks Road, right?
Or he had somewhere else to stay. I didn't ask him.
All right. And there's no provisions here where, in this order, where he's trying to get her kicked out of her own house, right?
Correct.
So he's an adversary to her. He's gotten an order from a court that says, I'm afraid of her, keep her away from me, right? That's what it says in essence, right?
Correct.
And you summoned him to the house where she was?
To pick up the child, yes.
So have you ever served an order where you brought the person who says they're afraid of the person to the person before?
If there's going to be some type of a custody exchange, yes.
Have you done that before?
We have, yes.
Not we, you.
Yes.
When?
I don't recall, but I know it's happened.
Okay. So how long after you got to the house and you gave Kelsey the order, did you call Justin to come to the house?
Would have been a matter of minutes.
A matter of minutes.
Yep.
So who did you go to the house with?
Officer Newman.
Not a trick question, obviously. Noonan and Houston, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have social workers on your staff, don't you?
We do.
No social worker?
No.
So with respect to the situation, you knew this was a 4-month-old child, right?
I did.
DCF?
No.
So you go to the,
When you said DCF, are you asking?
I'll ask a more detailed question, sorry, Your Honor. So you didn't summon anyone from DCF to come and look at the situation or anything like that you didn't report to DCF about the situation?
Which situation?
The fact that you were going to a police officer's house, taking her 4-month-old baby and giving it to a guy.
The father?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call DCF. No.
All right. Aren't you a mandated reporter?
I am.
And you didn't report it?
What report? What?
The fact that there was a dispute over the 4-year-old child and that there was a court order to take the child away?
No, I didn't report it.
Now, restraining orders, you're experienced with restraining orders, right?
I am.
Restraining orders have provisions for retrieving property, don't they?
What do you mean by that?
Restraining orders have a provision that says, and the judge can check the box, the judge can write things in it, as they often scrawl things in, right? Paragraph 10 says, you may pick up your personal belongings in the company of police or at a time agreed to by the plaintiff. That's just by the plaintiff, it says that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a provision where the plaintiff can allow it by agreeing to it. And this is a situation that's a little bit different, isn't it? The plaintiff is leaving, right? And the defendant is staying at the house.
Yes.
So the judge took no action in that area, did they? About whether or not Justin Elaine could go into that house?
No.
And so you took that upon yourself to let him in there?
She was informed that we were calling him to come get the baby. She did not object to it.
She didn't object to it?
No.
When was she informed?
When I served her the order, when she was sitting on the couch.
And you said what? We're
told
going to
her-
let Justin come over and rummage around your basement?
No, I didn't say that. What I told her was that Justin was granted custody of the child by the court or whatever. And that's what I said to her.
And while we're on that topic, she didn't say, I want to pack a bag. You and your colleague officers told her, pack a bag for the baby, correct?
No, we did not. She she basically said the baby doesn't have anything.
Well, you're the one planning this. Sorry.
I did not hear that last.
She basically said the baby didn't have any of their stuff. Is what precipitated her going around the house to gather items.
Thank you.
So you're the one planning this out. It's your testimony that you weren't thinking about her needing to pack some things for the baby to take with you or with Justin Elaine?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying that you didn't tell her to pack anything for the baby. That wasn't part of your plan, in other words?
No.
The fact is not Noonan, not Houston, you told Kelsey Fitzsimmons, pack a bag for 2 weeks for your baby, didn't you?
No.
And so it's your testimony that you had no plan, no thought process about getting things for the baby. Is that right?
I don't know that I didn't have a plan, but what precipitated her going around the house and grabbing items was her bringing it up to me.
So you're saying that was just sort of a spontaneous thing that she took upon herself?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get in there. Kelsey has the baby. She's doing regular mom things, right? She's coming home. She's got the baby in her hands. She's got sweat clothes on. She's walking around the house.
Yes.
No signs of upset or trauma to the baby until you get there and tell her what's going on, right?
Yes. Well, when I first told, she was calm when we first told her what was going on.
Sure. And then you told her what was going on.
When I told her what was going on, she was still calm. She called the mother on
Oh,
the phone.
yeah,
but
right.
She didn't become emotional at that point.
And the baby started to cry.
Yeah.
He was still calm.
And at that point, you asked her to put the baby in a rocker. Is that right?
No, she put the baby in the rocker before she sat on the couch.
At some point, Kelsey picked the baby back up because the baby was crying,
Correct.
and she was in the middle of feeding the baby, right? When you got there.
Which I don't know that.
He said, I don't know when someone's feeding a baby. Do we believe this guy?
So
there was a bottle. I don't know what she was doing before I got there.
Okay.
There was a bottle with formula or whatever.
And maybe it was Hennessy,
And she
buddy. You dummy.
told you that she was feeding the baby and that she needed to keep feeding the baby, right?
Actually, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then she hands the baby to who?
Officer Noonan.
Okay. She handed the baby to Officer Noonan,
Correct.
right? And she gave the bottle to Officer Noonan, and Officer Noonan fed her baby, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So her state of mind towards Officer Noonan, 5 minutes before the shooting, or 10 minutes, or whatever it is that you're someone that can feed my baby. You're someone that can take my baby, right?
It's somewhat argumentative, overruled.
She did that, right?
She did what?
What I just said.
You asked the question again?
She gave Noonan her baby.
Oh,
And
yes.
she gave him the bottle and he fed her, right?
Yes.
And nobody forced her to do that. She made a decision to do that on her own, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Kelsey had started in 2025? That's what I have in my notes. That's not
no,
right,
it was
is it?
before. I didn't believe it was 24.
Okay, well, it's 23,
Okay.
is it not?
I'm not positive of the date. It's been a few years.
All right. It's fair to say that you hired her, right?
I did.
You trained her for 6 months you were her DI for 6 months, right? Drill
Correct.
instructor?
Yes.
She was the treasurer of the police academy when she was there, right?
She was.
She came on the job and she worked under you on many shifts, right?
During field training, and I believe briefly afterwards, yes.
All right, so she's an officer from 23 that you know well, and she's been there a while, right up until going out on maternity leave and then coming back, just about to come back June 30th, right?
Correct.
And as of June 30th, she was slated to go back on the schedule for July 4th, right?
To go back on patrol, yes.
Yes. So at some point in this incident, Mr. Alain asked you if you could go in the basement and get some things, right?
Yes.
And you let him do that unsupervised, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it required that an officer accompany the person with the consent of the homeowner?
I'm not sure.
Now, at some point, Kelsey's mother comes in, correct?
Correct.
Where were you and where was Kelsey when that happened?
When Kelsey's mother came in, I believe we were in the living room.
And Kelsey was nowhere near that, correct?
Kelsey was nowhere near where?
Her mother.
I don't understand the question.
When Kelsey's mother arrived,
Yeah.
Kelsey was upstairs with Noonan and Houston, wasn't she?
No, when Kelsey's mother arrived, no, I believe at that point, Officer Houston had the baby.
I'm sorry, Officer Houston?
Officer Houston had the baby.
And Officer Houston gave Kelsey's mother the baby, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Houston went upstairs?
I'm not positive.
So at some point, you're downstairs, Houston and Noonan are upstairs with Kelsey, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Where was mom at that time?
She was in the living room
With who?
with the baby
And where were you?
in the living, in the living room.
So you're with her.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you hear 2 gunshots.
Yes.
And at that time, Houston is downstairs with you. He's joined you downstairs.
When the gunshots happen, he's downstairs, but he's not joined with me. He's
He's
around in like the kitchen right at the top of the staircase,
so he's
according to him.
Houston is downstairs and not upstairs with Noonan and Kelsey, correct?
Correct.
You hear 2 gunshots. Is it fair to say these gunshots were in quick succession?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was running up the stairs when the shots were fired.
Did you see the shots?
No, I heard 2 loud bangs as I was running up the stairs.
Where was Noonan, if you know?
Noonan was right outside of the frame of the bedroom door, in like the, if you want to call it a hallway, the upstairs hallway.
Like maybe like a landing, like the top
Door.
landing of the steps?
In between both bedrooms.
All right, so Noonan is at the door frame, correct?
Yes,
And it's fair to say there's no door to the bedroom, right?
correct.
When you get up the stairs and look into the room, what's the first thing you see?
Her feet
Where were they?
over on the other, the far end of the bedroom by the bed.
Kelsey's feet.
Correct.
And she was on her back.
Yes,
She had a gunshot wound to the lower chest.
yes.
And at some point, you went over there to render first aid, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediately.
Okay. And Noonan is covering the scene with his firearm, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went up to Kelsey, what was the first thing you did? Was it in terms of first aid or in terms of securing the firearm?
Secure the firearm.
All right. And where was the firearm?
The firearm was by her left leg.
All right. Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the CIC representatives, you said that the weapon was under her leg?
I didn't hear that. Under what?
Yes, you said it was under her leg when you were interviewed.
By her left leg. Like,
Well, under is different than by.
when I was able to see the firearm when I got up to her, I could
There's no
not see
question
it.
before you, sir. I'll ask you a question. So today you're saying that it was by her leg, correct?
Yes,
And we agree that when you were interviewed by the CIC months and months ago, you said that the firearm was under her leg, correct?
I'd have to look at the exact statement, but
Sure. May I approach you?
Yes. Mr. Prater, yeah, you can approach. Can you just make a record of what it is that you're showing him?
Sure, Judge. For the record, I'm proffering the witness page 21 of the CIC report that was commissioned by the Northampton PD.
Okay. You want him to look at it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Daly, do me a favor, look. You can look anywhere you want on the page. I want to invite your attention to right here. You can look up and down.
Yep.
Just take a look. Familiarize yourself when you're comfortable.
Okay.
You got it? Yep. Okay. I'm going to read something and I'm going to ask you if I read it correctly. So she's laying on her back, head towards the window, feet closest to us, and the firearm was underneath her left leg. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Well, appreciate everybody joining us today. 148
Why did you
people
roll
here.
her over? To see if there was an
And
exit
then
wound.
people over there and
And did you
Twitter
tend to
to come
that?
over to the
Yes.
YouTube
And at some
channel.
point, Kelsey said, "I'm sorry, I want to die," correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
During that time.
Was Noonan anywhere near her?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I don't know. I mean, he was right by me, but I was wrapping gauze around her, trying to at that point. He was there. He might have been grabbing stuff, more additional things out of the medical bag. I don't know.
At that point, Kelsey looked at him and said, "Why?" Didn't she?
Not that I recall.
Did Noonan say anything to her?
I think, yeah, and so did I. He basically said, like, calm down and keep breathing.
Is that it?
That I can recall, yes.
And what about you? What did you say to her?
The same thing.
Now, you were asked if you had your gun checked as a result of this incident. What? I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just did, and you can go find it. But do you know your gun serial number?
No, I don't.
What were the circumstances of you getting your gun checked?
You mean why they did it?
No.
What do you mean?
What happened? Just physically? Did you give it to someone or what?
Yeah, one of the Mass State troopers from ballistics took it, emptied, I believe, counted all the rounds in the firearm, etc. It may have done something else. I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
Do you know who it was that took it?
I don't.
You gave your gun to somebody and you don't know who you gave it to?
Correct.
Who else had their gun checked?
I believe all three guns ended up getting checked. Maybe not there, but
I don't want you to speculate. So
I wasn't present when anyone else had their gun checked.
I appreciate you trying to help. Just my question is, what's your personal knowledge of who got their gun checked? Let me ask it a better way.
How is Bradle doing?
At that time?
What did you see? Who got their
How
gun checked?
is Bradle doing right now?
So you don't have any personal knowledge of anyone else getting their gun checked?
At that time, no.
Okay. Did you witness someone else giving up their gun and getting their gun checked at another time period?
No.
So the whole state of your knowledge about guns being checked is that your gun was given to someone, if you don't know who it was, but they took out the bullets and the cartridges and inventoried it. Is that it?
Well, I didn't give it. I gave it to a Mass State trooper from the ballistics team. I believe there were three of them over by the truck. I don't know which one I handed it to. I didn't ask him his name. But yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Did they do the things you said in front of you about inventorying the cartridges and all that?
I saw him unload and make the gun safe and empty the magazine. And at that point, I walked away.
Okay. Did you sign a receipt or anything, or a chain of custody or anything at all?
No, because I got the firearm back once they did whatever they did.
And when did you get the firearm back?
Within
Bradle is laying him out in lavender.
after that same evening.
That same evening.
Correct.
Oh, says the lady in green. I love seeing a chat in green.
Yeah, sorry.
No, grab a membership,
You don't
man,
have
and
any
pass one
personal
on
knowledge
to
of
a
the
friend.
circumstances of
Gift
anybody
a
else's guns
membership.
being given up and
Grab a
checked?
super chat. Look a
I
brother
never
up.
witnessed any of the other people's guns getting checked. I know that Tim Houston had already left, and they were trying to he had already left the scene at that point. So they were trying to make, logistically plan out someone going over to pick up the gun from his firearm. Okay. So I knew that it got checked. I just don't know exactly what.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Thank you, Diane. Gifted another Can We Keep It Real podcast membership to somebody. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Now, you spoke with Justin Elaine at the lobby of the police station before you went to the scene, right?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now, up until that conversation, did you have any information from any further information from Justin Elaine about the circumstances of Kelsey's state of mind that day, or anything that was going on with Kelsey that day?
Prior to seeing him in the lobby?
When you were speaking with Justin Elaine in the lobby,
Yeah.
had you already had any information about Kelsey's whereabouts or actions that day?
From Justin?
From anywhere?
Oh, yes.
Were you aware that she was waiting for him at the park in town?
No, I wasn't aware that till Kelsey told me that when we went to the house.
Isn't it true that at the police station, Justin Elaine said to you, "I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby right in front of you"?
Whoa.
Yes.
And that added to your mindset about going to see
Who did
Kelsey.
even
didn't
say that?
I don't know. I don't understand.
That was
the
part of the
question.
quantum of evidence or thoughts or presumptions that you had in your head, right?
I think it raised my awareness.
And that was communicated to Noonan, wasn't it?
Both Noonan and Houston, yes.
And so that statement from Justin Elaine, it's fair to say, contributes to an increased level of vigilance towards Kelsey when you got there, right?
No, I would think.
It's your testimony that that's not a factor in your mind?
No,
Is that
it's a
correct?
fact. It's a factor in my mind, but I think from a tactical perspective, I think everyone was actually, yes.
Did you-
Everybody was probably more on point than normal.
Did you consider the Justin Elaine's motive for saying such a thing, or credibility or lack of credibility of him saying such a thing?
Overruled, just yes or no?
Did I consider, I'm sorry, can you
Did you
ask me?
consider the source? How about that?
No.
He was a plaintiff in a domestic situation seeking to get custody of his baby and her baby through an ex parte restraining order, right?
Sustained.
Well, he was adverse to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, wasn't he?
Yes.
Sustained. I'll strike it.
Sure. Did you have a conversation with your fellow officers about the credibility of such an assertion about your own officer that you hired, trained, had on the job?
All right, so you're referring to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, did you think about what he's saying? How did that affect your state of mind towards Kelsey?
I don't know that, I didn't take everything that he said as 100% factual. However, there was a court order in place where we had to go serve the documentation. Regardless, I don't know. That was my state of mind.
Did you consult with Justin at all relative to this restraining order before you met him in the lobby?
No.
Well, you talked to him on the phone, right?
Before I met him in the lobby, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I talked to him on the phone when I called him to come to the house. That's the only time I've ever spoken to him on the phone.
Yeah, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
So Lieutenant Daly, after this shooting and a crime scene's established, it's fair to say that you had some other officers come to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And some of those officers were trained mental health officers, correct?
Everybody's a trained mental health officer in some capacity.
Well, there's Officer Seaway,
Yes,
and he has some special training with mental health
Yes.
issues, correct? And
Seawade?
Seawade, SEWADE, Your Honor. And he came to the scene after the fact, right?
yes,
He didn't come for Kelsey. He came for Noonan, right?
yes.
Nothing further.
When you provide when you're serving a restraining order, you serve the order itself, correct?
Yes,
You don't serve an affidavit.
never.
It's just the court order is being given to the defendant in that order. So they're on notice as to what the judge has decided, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you talked about your gun being checked. How many rounds do you typically carry in your gun?
17 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. So 18 total rounds.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Just one or two questions, Your Honor. So counsel asked you, you don't serve the restraining order. I'm sorry, affidavit. You don't serve the affidavit, right?
Correct. I never have.
So is there some rule that says you can't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had the affidavit in this particular circumstance, right?
Yes,
And you didn't give it to him,
that's correct.
and you could have.
I don't know. My understanding, we've never, I think as a general rule or practice within our PD, I'm not familiar with anyone ever serving a restraining order, including the affidavit.
Well, when someone walks into the police station with the order and the affidavit and shows it to you and uses it, it's not a big deal to make a copy and hand it to the defendant, is it?
Well, the document I served was a document I printed that was sent to me directly from the court, not what he gave me. I just made a copy of that and remained in the OIC office.
It's fair to say that in the circumstances where you don't give an affidavit, it's when you've gotten something from the court via the system, the OIC email, and they don't give you the affidavit. So you just serve what you get, right?
Right, which is what I served her.
Right. And this situation is different because you had the affidavit in hand, right there, and you could have brought it, couldn't you? And you know of no rule that says you shouldn't.
Not that I'm aware of.
All set?
Well, you're not getting involved in the matter.
Hold on.
Court
We,
decides, right?
are we going out to redirect?
I'd like to.
All right, a couple questions.
You're not getting involved in the matter that the court decided, like a probate matter, correct?
Correct.
You're simply going and serving the restraining order for what the judge found, right?
That's correct.
No, thank you.
Do you have any recross? No? Sure? All right. Let me just see if I have a question or two. I do not. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering, why don't we, should we break at this point for a lunch break and then we can come back at 10:02? Great. Okay, we'll stand at recess.
All right. Stand in a lunch recess.
Wow. 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 But you didn't bring the documentation with you? Wow. Justin is so calculated. Man, we need them goals hit, people. There's still 15 goals up there available. You know, but I think Brado was doing, a good job, keeping on. Where's my glasses? I can see. Guess you should. Keeping arguments tight. I think a lot of procedural, they're going to go over a lot of procedure shit, Is Brado going with the right strategy for a bench trial? Where the judge cares about, how did the offense happen, reasonableness of force, credibility of witnesses. Them are the things I think that the judge might be into today. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Bradle definitely playing. Absolutely. You know, oh, what the hell is that? You know, has his cross examinations, do you think, been focused, been controlled on the witness? You know, maybe if we can get some of them people on Twitter, come over on YouTube, you know, and participate in this conversation. It's not that hard. YouTube.com /@ Can We Keep It Real? Come have this conversation with us. And stay over there, 152 people over there on Twitter. But they can't even bring their asses over here and have a conversation. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's picking apart a lot of inconsistencies. I'm just trying to go back and read what they were talking about. You know, I'm picking apart a lot of inconsistencies, highlighting training, you know, stress response, split second decision making. I mean, Bradle, this is exactly how you defend, you know, an officer in a use of force case. Yeah, Bradle's definitely doing all right. You know, keeping the emotional temperature low. You know, because we already know Kelsey's, you know, a young mom, a former cop. Why has she been kicked off the force? You know, Kelsey is someone who has been through a traumatic situation, and I don't think a lot of people are taking that into consideration. She's always under public scrutiny, you know, like real bullshit, you know, what they're gonna do. You know, it's crazy. So is Bradle's tone? Is Bradle's tone actually helping? Is it keeping the judge focused on the law? Good afternoon, Mike in chat. Here's another member into his house. You know what I mean? We're over here watching the Kelsey hearing. Everybody. Mikey is exhausted. But this is important hearing. You know, Bradle is objecting when he's supposed to. Preserving issues for appeal. Making sure nothing is prejudicial at all. Don't want no excuses. They might try to slip something in on challenge, you know, they might try to test you, Bradle. So even if the judge rules against him on certain points, the record's still clean, which is part of a competent decision work. Unreal. The judge is patient. So, what is Bradle not doing? Is there anything that he's not doing? I'll tell you what he's not doing. He's not doing what his shady ass client wants him to do and turn this shit into a media circus. Speaking of media circus, we got to see if anything is going on at the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. You know, what is going on over at the courthouse? Yeah, that was just from earlier. Let's see. A junior at a college at Holy Cross in Worcester is missing after a canoe he was in with another student capsized in a Connecticut lake on Saturday. Authorities will continue to search for a 20-year-old Dominic Tachi today, who remains missing on Monday after his friend was brought to shore. Wow, sad. Fire chief Central Mass City placed on leave. Oh, yeah. But yeah, attacking witnesses in a way that could backfire. I mean, it's the opposite of chaos surrounding other Massachusetts chaoses, you know, and it's working in Kelsey's favor right now. You know, Brado, he has to be strategic in this case. He has to be disciplined. He only gets one shot at this. And giving Kelsey the best possible, you know, outcome in a bench trial, the facts are very messy. Emotions are very, very high. You know, and the legal standard matters more than public opinion. And some people cannot get by that. So he can't be flashy. He has to be effective. He don't get another shot at this. You know, this isn't a jury. You know, so you got to do what's right for your client. How do you think the judge is receiving these arguments?
for money.
Be impossible for her not to incriminate herself. I would ask all about the Google search. That's like be the first thing I'd ask about.
What is that? Wait, he thinks that he's going to be able to ask these irrelevant questions in an HPO hearing. I'm going to just ask about the Google search. Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy? How is that relevant? It's not. It's not relevant. And it would be sustained. But this dude talking about how he would ever ask these type of questions, he's out of his fucking mind.
And you would not be able to walk away. You would have to answer. You would have to incriminate. What are you going to plead the fifth?
Yeah, just like you did. You're going to plead the fifth? This is an HPO. This is about your behavior. She would be testifying to what your behavior, what you've done. And guess what? The only reason that she couldn't get it back then is because the statute was different. Now, if she, like I said, if this would have happened and this case would have been a little pushback and the new laws were in place and the statutes were different, in September of 2024, that changed. Coercive control, this motherfucker, everybody would have an HPO on him that wanted to, that if they wanted to, that could be saying with the whole coercive control, especially anybody that's ever been in a relationship with this man.
Video stream.
In fact, maybe I just get so bored over here that I'll just write it up if I was Meredith. Here, Meredith, here you go.
Oh, Lordy. You didn't think about that, did you? That's why Kevin Reddington wouldn't even go down there with her. I don't even know who the attorney was. So it's an open public court. So I have filed with FDR to get the hearing, to get the audio. And when
you can't get that. He's absolutely off his rocker.
Get it? I'll have it. I can't wait to.
Did you play it? Did he ever play that for anybody?
This woman says, to have her begging a judge for an order of protection and then to have it denied. Woo! You just gave me so much content. I know. I'm super disappointed too, Jen. I'm super disappointed.
Timberlake.
This is the first time a judge issued a ruling in my favor.
Body cam
that I'm just like, oh, man, I wish that went badly. I wish that went the other way.
Check that out.
And here we are.
I wish that went bad. I wish it would have went the other way. This dude's insane. Okay.
You're keep veering off to the left, and then you're not stopping at the stop signs.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Is this your vehicle? Whose vehicle is it?
Yeah.
This should be interesting, folks.
It's a rental? Okay. Do you have any registration with it? Do you know if they can put it in the glove box?
Let me check.
This should be good.
How long are you renting it for?
Just for a couple of days.
What are you visiting?
Yeah, I'm on tour.
What are you doing?
I'm on a world tour.
A what?
A world tour.
Doing what?
Hard to explain.
He's like, you don't know who I am?
A world tour. I'm Justin Timberlake.
I'm famous.
Justin Timberlake.
You are Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
You have a license with you?
Yeah, I do.
He said,
and
you're
then when
Justin
we do this,
Timberlake?
just like you're doing right now,
he was surprised as all hell that was Justin Timberlake. He was like, yo, Justin. He said, what do you do? It's kind of hard to explain. I'm on a world tour. A world tour doing what? It's kind of hard to explain. God damn. What the hell do you do, boy? You know?
Together on his right side. You're doing it just now. I'm just going to re-explain it before we continue, okay? On his right side, feet together, and then you're going to keep your head straight and just keep your head straight. Only follow with your eyes, okay?
Okay.
You understand that?
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So left foot on the line. Left foot on the line first. And then you're going to put your right foot in front of your left. Stay just like that. Okay? You're going to be heel to toe like this.
Here's some advice that I would give you. Never do that test. If you're drunk or you're intoxicated, never do that test. You know, you want to don't do any test at all. Let them prove when you go to court that you was drunk. You know?
Heel to toe. Put your left foot on the line. Yep. You're gonna have your right foot in front.
I'm feeling a little better now, right? Well, welcome back to the Can We Keep It Real podcast. We was watching the Kelsey Fitzsimmons, you know, but now we're watching Justin Timberlake in front of the Ron Reed election sign. You know, get out there and vote for Ron Reed. Yeah, Justin Timberlake, man. This ain't no Super Bowl performance. Not the man who brought sexy back. We're talking about the man on the side of the road, 12:30 a.m., nervous, apologetic, trying to explain to a cop why he drifted over the line and rolled through a stop sign. I do that regularly, and I ain't even drunk.
Front of your left, heel to toe.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna put our left foot on the line first. Put your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe. And you can stay just like that, okay?
Let's just call somebody.
Okay. So it's going to be a series of 9 heel-to-toe steps. I will demonstrate this like you're doing right now, like this. 1, 2.
This video ends
3,
up opening
all the way up to 9.
with the officer
Followed by a
explain
series
him
of
to
small steps
stop.
around. 1,
You know, Timberland
2,
was kind of going
3,
left
all
and
the way
not
up to
stopping
9.
at stop
This is going to
signs.
be heel to toe. So
He
you're
was
going to
very
click your
polite,
heels as
man.
you're going.
Almost very,
Arms by your
very
side.
calm in his
While you're doing this, you're going to look down at your toes.
Guys, I'm just following my friends back to my house. I'm not I'm not doing anything. I'm just following my friends back to my house.
Will you do these tests?
Sure.
No, do not do the test.
I'm sorry. I'm
Here, ready?
Do not do the test.
Ready?
I'm a little nervous.
Left, right foot in front. You're gonna look down. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that, okay? Hang on. Let him tell you when to go. Let him tell you when to go. You gotta tell me when to start, okay?
Sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
No, I want to make sure. We want to make sure you do this right.
Right foot in front of your left.
Is this my line?
Perfect. Yep.
And you're all right in the chat. You're all right. You all have valid points. He's smashed. He's talking too much. I can't do that field test and I don't drink. You know what? I don't think I could do that field sobriety test either. And I don't drink. I haven't drank in 25 years. I never schooled this boy. Like, come on now. You don't talk to popos. Everyone knows that. When a cop pulls you over, what do? Very, very easy. What do? I'll tell you what you do. You shut the fuck up. We had to say it on all 3 channels we're on. You shut the fuck up. So now that I gave you that important announcement, right? What do I have to do for 165 people over there on Twitter to come over here to the YouTube and jump in this friggin' chat with us and break this shit down?
Line you make, that's the line you're going to walk.
1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000.
Do it, Justin. Don't do it.
Remember, just continue. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Gotcha. Sorry. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. You want me to keep going?
Yep. Yeah. Until I tell you to stop. Yep.
Okay. 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000.
All right, that's all good.
You're under arrest, buddy.
All right.
By the way, these are like really hard tests.
So the way this device works, you just put your lips over it and you blow into it like you're blowing a balloon. No?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He said, I'm all set with that. You know, you shouldn't have done the field sobriety tests. And he didn't say his name with ego. I think he said it with embarrassment. And I'm Justin Timberlake. Damn. Like, he already knows how this is gonna play out. He already knows it. I mean, they walked him through the field sobriety test, right? Heel to toe, eyes only, you know, balance, instructions repeated again and again. Timberlake is apologizing the whole time. I'm nervous. You know, I'm sorry. You know, he's nervous. He's sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, he's the most calmest, you know, he's not being freaking combative, right? He's not arrogant. He ain't, do you know who I am, officer? He's not being like doing a Kanye West. I mean, a regular person struggling. You know, but there has to come to
All right. At this point, based upon the observations, you're under the arrest for suspicion of driving while intoxicated. So what I would do, just turn around.
He knew that.
Come on, man. Like, I'm just following my friends home.
I'm just following my friends home. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that damn sobriety test and running them stop signs. You know, so you are under arrest for suspicion of driving while intoxicated. See, it's only suspicion. They don't have you driving while intoxicated. It's suspicion. Don't do the test. Don't do the friggin' test, Justin.
All right. Just turn around for me, please. All right, I'll take you right on.
Where's his friends in all this?
9-7 headquarters, 132 and 192.
So at this point,
I know my hair sucks here, but like I
you're
usually
good.
look good.
So at this point, he's coming with us. Okay.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, why?
He's being arrested for intoxicated.
Stop it.
DWI. Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Don't say it.
Yes. He's coming down with us. Okay. So you're okay to drive. Okay. I don't see any. Your eyes look perfectly fine. Your speech isn't slurred.
You're
you're
arresting Justin Timberlake right now?
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yes.
He said, you're arresting Justin Timberlake? Stop it. She's like, stop it. He's like, oh my God. Yo, hit up them super chats, memberships, Cash App, Venmo, all the good stuff. You know, at Can We Keep It Real? Really appreciate it. You know, Timberlake refuses the chemical test. He apologizes again. You know, he tells him, I appreciate you guys doing your job. I mean, shit, this was the most, you know, calm video I seen.
He was driving drunk.
Okay. All right. Just take a seat. Right now, he's under arrest
Under arrest?
for driving while intoxicated.
Stop it. Justin Timberlake's under arrest. Can you help me, please? Can we do anything? Can you please stop it? I'll do anything.
No, it is what it is at this point, okay?
No, you can't, like, put him in jail.
He's going to be held for the night.
I
And then
can't take him home?
He's arraigned for the morning.
There has to be a moment of talking.
No, not anymore.
Please help me.
Not anymore.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
This
Can
is,
I?
This is the registration of the vehicle. Just make sure it stays with the vehicle, okay?
I have his phone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you guys please just do me a favor? Because you loved bye, bye, bye. Or
I'm
like
happy-
sexy back.
so-
Like,
I'm
do
happy-
me one favor. Let me ask him if he wants me to give him his phone.
Yeah. I mean,
This is
that's-
insane.
So it's not going to be a long thing. I'll let you walk up real quick.
Please.
Okay, so my partner here, I don't know the details of
Justin is getting old. You know, he don't seem entitled. He's just a man who made a mistake, and he probably knows it. Is there a reality check here? Celebrities don't get to skip the process, I guess. Not the handcuffs, not the overnight hold, not the arraignment. The officer tells him, "You're being held for the night, arraigned in the morning." And Justin says, you know, he don't say anything really. He just nods like, damn, yeah, all right. I've been here, done that. I mean, because in that moment, he's not Justin. You know, he don't have superstar power. He's just a regular person right now. So what do you do when this happens to you? You know, but what we do need to keep in mind, you know, that he is a regular person. You know, I know he's not going to be the first celebrity or the last celebrity to get behind the wheel after drinking, doing something real stupid. You know, but we can't turn it into like a morality play. You know, we got to look at the humanity of Justin. You know, the humanity of any person that gets in this situation. You know, he's somebody that just made a mistake. He made a dangerous choice. And I give it to the cops. They handled this well. They handled it professionally. You know, did his friend panic? I mean, it really could have ended a lot differently, you know, but accountability doesn't care about fame. It don't care about none of that shizit, you know? It don't care. It don't give a shit. It don't give a bit. It don't give a rat's ass. You don't drink and drive. Absolutely. JT got hooked and booked. He's bringing sexy back. No, I was saying, what do you do when you get pulled over? You shut the fuck up, right? You know, and I get that from the pot lawyer, the lawyer that's always talking about pot. You know, you shut the fuck up. You know, so yeah, it was nothing. It was nothing serious. Just telling people, come on, Justin.
My partner here observed you some kind of traffic violation, started a traffic stop, believed you have impairment, did a series of routine tests on you, right? Field sobriety tests, okay? You performed poorly on those, okay? Based off of his observations, you are intoxicated.
Okay.
So you were under arrest for DWI, okay?
Okay.
Okay, awesome. All we're asking is if you understand what was just read to you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Perfect.
And I'm gonna reread this again. We're gonna go through the rest of it, but at this
I got
point,
you. I got you.
At this point, it asks for initials. If you don't want to initial, you're not required to. You can't be forced to. And then I will read the rest of it. Okay? Will you initial or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll read the rest of it.
Twice. Like,
Now, do you consent or refuse to the chemical test?
no, I'm not doing a chemical test. Like, guys, I don't mean no harm. Like,
I understand. We believe you to be under the influence of alcohol and
okay,
operating a motor vehicle, right?
okay, but I don't mean no harm.
I didn't say you did, right? Everyone makes a mistake or two in their life, right? You had too much to drink, you drove the car, right?
Okay.
It's whatever, you know. I'm not here to judge you. We got a job today.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your understanding.
By the way, I appreciate that you're doing that.
Appreciate
Really?
it. Thank you.
Yeah. What was the traffic violation I missed?
I observed you.
Just so I know for future reference.
I observed you failing to fully stop at the stop sign, and then while you were driving, you failed to keep right on numerous occasions. So you were very.
Wait, start over? Sorry.
So
One more time.
you failed to stop at the stop
I
sign,
don't mean
and
no
then while you were
harm.
operating the motor vehicle, you failed to keep right on your side of the roadway, and you continuously moved off and veered to the left of the roadway.
Okay, well, I was just following my friends.
Okay, yeah, I understand, but we are where we are right now. Okay.
You boys treat me like I'm a criminal.
I don't want to say that because, I mean, you're being arrested. So for misdemeanor DWI, I don't like to call people names, Mr. Timberlake, but which is the situation that we're in, unfortunately, okay? I'm trying my best to treat you like anybody else, okay? I appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, man.
Most people, a lot of people don't cooperate like this, so it goes a long way in my book. I appreciate it.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, happy to answer anything I can.
Is this the normal process?
Yeah, yes, everything is pretty standard. Nothing of the ordinary. We do this for everyone that gets arrested for DWI. Is there anything specifically about it you are wondering, or just?
No. I just wondered, like you really cuff people up and like.
Yeah. I mean, you're in our custody. We have to make sure that people who we lock up here don't leave. You know, you can't just leave. You got to process you, everything like that.
Rules end in 5 minutes.
It's just standard protocol.
Gotcha. I appreciate you boys for doing your job, man.
I appreciate that you understand that we got to do
Yeah,
our
I
thing.
appreciate you boys for doing your job. I had one martini and I followed my fucking friends home. I appreciate you boys for doing your job. Yeah.
Just look it over real quick before we sign.
Always being sarcastic like a motherfucker.
White? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, man.
So you're being held for the night, and then in the morning is the arraignment. So in the morning, usually around 9:30.
Being held all night?
It might not be this one. You might be over at the other one, and they actually have blankets for you.
You guys are wild, man.
And again, like I said, you can make a phone call if you would like. The attorney and things like that, you're allowed to call right now if you wish, or you can call later.
Yeah, at any point you want to make a phone call, let us know.
Yeah.
All right.
You are entitled to have phone calls.
He's like, all night? Like, I gotta stay here all night? That is wild. That is wild. Come on now. But the last episode, you know, that's wild, bro. So Justin Timberlake gets hooked and booked, right? Not the performer, not the icon, but just a regular person. Is the trial back on yet? That trial was kind of like, let's face it, that's been a boring trial today. Boring trial. But that's what you're going to get with a judge's friggin' trial. Damn, Justin! The cops sound young. When Justin Timberlake's the oldest guy in the room. Really crazy, man. Really, really nuts. But yeah, so the real conversation is about, one celebrity having a bad friggin' night. He ran off the house like a biatch. But that is what happens when fame collides with accountability. You can't slide forever, man. You can't always slide. Appreciate everybody, man. Yeah, it's nice. We monetize now, but not, we monetize now so you can pick up a membership. Let's see. Cortisone breaking to 150.
He's fucked. You know how Ellen Jackson kept saying it? She's fucked. Pin it on the girl. This is cut and dry. She's fucked. He's fucked. It's cut and dry.
Got a cash.
Fact, here, hold on one second.
He's screwed. That's it. The ball's on him.
I was having some sushi and I was having some sake, and this is what I came up with.
The ball is on him.
If Cosgrove just wanted to put like this little twist in his opening. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on January 29th at 6 a.m. in 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on the lawn at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
Truth and transparency.
Mr. O'Keefe would be pronounced dead at the hospital within hours. Within 72 hours, Mr. John O'Keefe's then girlfriend, Karen Reed, was arrested for vehicular manslaughter. And then in June of 2022, Miss Reed was rearrested and charged with secondary murder. In 2022, the Norfolk County had indicted Miss Reed by way of grand jury.
Hell yeah,
and civilian witnesses did testify.
I gotta work tonight.
Also, the Massachusetts State Police interviewed 20 plus civilian witnesses over the course of the Massachusetts State Police investigation into Mr. O'Keefe's suspicious and unattended death. On the night before Mr. O'Keefe was found on the lawn at 34 Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe had been in the company of friends at the Waterfall Bar and Miss Reed. At the conclusion of that evening at the Waterfall Bar, Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed were invited to 34 Fairview for an after party. Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed were invited by Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe was friends with Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed. 34 Fairview was Jennifer McCabe's sister's home and her brother-in-law's home, Brian and Nicole Albert. Brian Albert was a fellow Boston police officer with John. Another party goer at the Waterfall, Brian Higgins, joined back at 34 Fairview, as well as Jennifer McCabe's husband, Matthew McCabe. Already at 34 Fairview, where Brian and Nicole's son, Brian Albert Jr., and some of his friends, Juliana Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Brian Albert's brother and sister-in-law, Chris and Julie Albert, they attended the waterfall bar that evening, but opted not to join 34 Fairview. Lastly, Caitlin Albert, Brian and Nicole's daughter, was also present at the waterfall bar that evening, and she drove home with her parents at 34 Fairview to hang out with her brother, Brian Albert Jr., for the closing hours of his birthday celebration before being picked up by then fiance, now husband, Tristan Morris, at around 1:45 or 2 a.m. Jennifer McCabe was expecting to see John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. There were phone calls, possibly some text exchanges, but in the end, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never came to the house party. After a year into Miss Reed's arrest for the murder of John O'Keefe, and while Miss Reed was awaiting her criminal trial, a blogger and vlogger, Aiden Carney, defendant, also known as Turtle Boy, began writing and publishing blogs and vlogs on the murder of John O'Keefe. April 18th, 2023, again, a good over a year after Miss Reed was arrested. This blogging by the defendant began immediately after Miss Reed's defense counsel, Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, filed a public motion with exhibits outlining the defense's theory of the case, which included that Miss Reed was framed by police, framed by witnesses who were friends of Mr. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, and that the actual killers were those at the 34 Fairview party that night. Mr. John O'Keefe's murder was an elaborate conspiracy designed to set up Miss Reed and cover up those at 34 Fairview for their being an accomplice and or murderers, and instead blame it on Miss Reed. This would be not only the Miss Reed and her counsel's theory, but this became the defendant's theory. What the evidence will show is that this defendant was in direct contact with Miss Reed and her defense counsel almost immediately upon Miss Reed's April 2023 filing on her theory of the case, where exhibits were used of police reports, names of witnesses, interviews, and the defendant began to immediately write blogs and vlogs online with his sources, never citing them out loud. But the evidence will show that those sources were Miss Reed and her defense attorneys. The evidence will show that the defendant, blogger Turtle Boy, has a documented history of being known as a controversial blogger who uses disparaging language, unethical tactics, and attacks the opposition of whom he blogs about by making them a target for not only his, but others' online harassment, annoyance, emotional and mental harm, and financial and economic injury. The evidence will show, as the defendant recorded himself at every turn, that the defendant sought to target these witnesses in this murder trial or potential witnesses in the case against Miss Reed with the intent to, or with complete reckless disregard for the fact that it may obstruct, delay, prevent, or otherwise interfere with a criminal investigation at any stage. Those stages being a grand jury, a motion hearing, a trial, any other proceeding that is convened during one's murder trial. These witnesses or potential witnesses turned victim of the defendant's witness intimidation. They were the subject and the target of countless blogs and vlogs with the intent to cause great fear, intimidate, influence, pressure these said witnesses to either not testify, to testify differently, and or to conform by dealing with the defendant directly if they wanted the harassment or the threats or the blogging or the vlogging to stop. What the evidence will show is that the defendant had no reason to blog or vlog about each witness in this case, as they were never the subject of any of his prior reporting. The mere fact that they were witnesses in this high-profile murder case was why he blogged and vlogged about them. The defendant had no personal knowledge of anything that he blogged or vlogged about. The defendant had no personal knowledge of anyone he blogged or vlogged about. The defendant's intent can easily be inferred by his conduct and his own words. Because, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, both orally and written, both publicly and privately, the defendant expressed his intent, his desired outcomes, and he recorded it all. The defendant has the right to any opinions he wants. The defendant has the right to express those freely. However, the defendant does not have the right to attack witnesses and intimidate witnesses in a criminal murder case. Witnesses are afforded protections under the federal and state laws that we have. And so this case is not of a whodunit. You're not going to see evidence that we collected at a murder scene. You're not going to hear from a ton of police officers talking about evidence. Instead, we have the defendant on cameras, on recordings, and with his own devices and messages and social media, direct messages, posts. Everything that the defendant has done in this case, you're not going to hear them argue that it's not him. He's done everything that you're going to see unfold to the evidence. His actions, he pressed play, he pressed pause, he pressed stop. He got into his car. He got out of his car. He went to locations. He recorded himself doing everything. He documented everything. What this case only requires is that you, as a jury, uphold the Massachusetts laws as they were intended to protect our citizens who have the courage to come forward and be witnesses and serve in a civic duty for the purposes to afford our communities to remain safe and perpetrators to be held accountable. Officer John O'Keefe deserved a fair trial. Defendant Karen Reed deserved a fair trial. The citizens of Norfolk County deserved a fair trial. One that was free from witness intimidation, especially in the highest form of the criminal law, murder. You're going to hear from every single witness turned defendant's victim in this proceeding. They're going to be here and they're going to testify. They're going to testify to what life was like prior to April 20th, 2023, and what life was like after April 20th, 2023. That's just me getting warmed up. Let's continue.
Chap here from Daniel sends $25 and says, "You truly are an award-winning journalist. Thank you, DR." Thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate that. Let's see if the turtle chats are coming in. I'm not seeing any on the email. Sometimes this happens with email, the turtle chat notifications. I'll try sending one to myself if it doesn't work. I'll check Stripe to see if any payments are coming. Give me one moment. Yeah, we've gotten a couple already tonight. Today's May 30th, right? Yeah, we got a couple turtle chats here. Hold on one sec. Support them.
That comes in
Here's
closing.
from Semelina, and we got another one from Wannabe Turtle. So let me see if I can read the messages. So I didn't get a notification about it. One sec. Okay. All right. So, and love the show and wish him the best in helping get message, the Carl post here. So he posted about, let's see, and News Nation right now, Dan Abrams has got, and there's John. Okay. So El Chico is a Boston police officer when you click on his name. Important to put this list.
All right, here we go. 58 minutes into the May 30th, 2023 episode, we finally get to 50 things you must ignore to believe Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe.
Blogs here. There's a lot of these blogs. And when people are asking about shit, it's too hard to find stuff sometimes. And it's good just to have a concise, if you were to just tell some random person about this and make your case, it would be hard. You'd have to go around citing all these things. It's just like, it's so much easier to have like a nice, people like lists. They like nice, concise, bulleted lists.
Right here. Aiden Carney posts on the right-hand side here. It says, Jen McCabe applied for a harassment protection order against me in Stoughton District Court today in order to prevent me from questioning her at upcoming court dates. It was denied, and I'm not happy about it. Here's why. Okay? I mean, how just ridiculous. Jennifer McCabe did not go to get a harassment prevention order, okay, because so you can't ask me questions when I attend court proceedings. The absolute, but that's what he wrote right here, and he posted, and he uses their picture. If that's not, what is it? Clickbait rage. I don't know what is.
And so
but that's what he is.
I decided to just put together a list here of 50 things, the top 50 things that you would have to ignore in order to believe that Karen Reed did this. And I think it's really important to put this list together just to show how stupid people like Carl Dougal is. And, you know,
thank you so much.
People like whoever, Krusty Panties or whoever's
not
trying
today,
to
Satan,
get
baby.
clout off of this.
Yeah,
let's get how many likes
we
we have to
put together a list of 50 things.
350. Keep that like button. X out of the chat and give
convicted.
us a thumbs up, will you? X out of the chat.
He says his intent. He says what his intent is. And guess what? He doesn't have to prove intent, you guys. That's what's misleading for a lot of people to say talk about intent. You have to either prove one of two things, and it's by beyond a reasonable doubt. And that reasonable doubt is that either intent or with reckless disregard for the fact, and then X, Y, and Z. And you can say that he 1000% he had complete disregard, reckless disregard, because guess what? Chris reached out to him. People were reaching out to him to try to, hey, if you're going to be writing a story like here, like, hello, nope, complete disregard for the facts. And the only way that you can get to facts if you're a reporter is to say that you interviewed people and that you actually try to talk to people. He was not trying to go to people's houses, and he never tried to knock on Julie Nagel's door. Okay, that was not his intent. He says his intent is to, the neighbors, put some pressure on her.
Nah, see, and the thing is that terrible, and this is why award-winning journalist, my ass, You know what I mean? A journalist will talk to two sides of the coin. They'll talk to both parties. Yeah, you just sent me an email asking how can you donate. Well, you can either use super chats. You can use a super chat. You can use Venmo, Cash App at Can We Keep It Real. You know, we have Venmo, Cash App, super chats, memberships. You know, super stickers. You know, so any of that would definitely be very, very helpful. He said he's innocent. Meanwhile, it's been on pre-trial for 3 years. Guilty people don't keep pushing it back. Look at Mizzy Star. We will have to do that. Cats are going crazy. Cats are going crazy. Cats are going crazy.
To do what? To tell the truth. Insinuating that she didn't tell the truth. Okay? And that would be to influence, persuade, intimidate into changing one's, like, all the things that you cannot do. And then to cause emotional harm. Right here, he says that he knows that it's getting to Jen McCabe. He's admitting the intent. And if you made a huge mistake and you let me know that it got to you. When I know that stuff gets to you, I turn it up.
Turn it up.
He's fucked. He is 1000% absolutely fucked.
I think he is too, because I think the Commonwealth of Mass believes that they can convict this guy. You know, I'm like, I believe. You know, that the Commonwealth of Mass really believes Cosgrove thinks he can get a conviction from the blogger. Yes, when it comes to Colin especially. Colin, Julie Nagel. And because we're out here, you know, predicting the downfall of this man's life, sorry about that. Yeah, no, I read an email. My ducks all got killed this week. You know, so somebody was just saying that they were sorry about the ducks. Attention chat, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the video. Donate on Cash App. $, Can We Keep It Real? Super chat, super stickers, memberships are now available. Thank you, thank you. I got the best friggin' mods. Shout out to Miss GNX. Been holding it down day one. A reporter is supposed to be neutral on the subject, not take a side. You're right. You know, but because we're predicting the outcome, not because we're rooting for anybody to go to jail, because that's not what we're doing. Even though we hate this friggin' guy, despise him, I mean, we don't do that here, you know, but because the public record tells a story, and that story has themes, has a lot of themes, you know, so if we broke down 10 reasons, Lana has 50, but we got 10. 50, you know, maybe we could do 50 another day, but 10 reasons why the Commonwealth thinks that they could get a conviction on you, boy. Oh, yeah. So if we broke down the 10 reasons that prosecutors think their case is stronger, you know, than Turboy's Wi-Fi signal during a live stream meltdown, you know, number one, how about a footprint, right? A footprint is a crime scene of its own. Every live stream, every post, right? Every rant, every time that I'll be at your court date moment that he says, when they put you in jail, Turtle Boy says, I'll be there. I'll be there. The Alberts reached out to Turtle Boy after his first blog post. Yep, they don't fit his narrative. Oh, yeah. I mean, did the Commonwealth of Massachusetts really have to dig? I mean, for them to come up with, you know, I mean, Turboy has an archive of friggin' evidence, you know, basically like a one-man friggin' library of friggin' Congress. You know, we got 191 people still holding on, you know, but the pattern of targeting witnesses, they're not alleged, they're not rumored, is documented shit. Showing up at home, showing up at workplaces, court dates, narrating like it's a friggin' reality show, right? Bullhorn in his hand. More patterns. It's always a pattern. Oh my God, I got hiccups like crazy. It's always a pattern with this guy. And he's giving them a whole fucking scrapbook. No, why'd you do that? A whole scrapbook. You know, and he'll come by. Oh, I know this gets to her admissions. He got out of control, TV. Absolutely. You know, so I mean, he basically explained it all for him. He broke it all the way down. I need some damn coffee, that's for sure. I'm fucking exhausted.
So actually, David Inetti did him 0 favors by tipping him off. Because if he would have never been tipped off to this, he could never talk about it. Okay? But this is the type of guy that you can't tell things to because he's his own worst enemy. Okay? He's like the type of guy that if you're having a surprise birthday party for somebody, you don't tell him. You know, he's the type of guy that, you know, the last thing that his kid should probably ever tell him is a secret. Okay. You don't tell this man shit.
You don't tell him jack.
Okay. And we're on Rumble too. Let me check the
Because you have no idea what the man is going to do with the information.
Yeah, he has no. He's not loyal to anybody. You know, it's funny because he'll play, you know, the investigator routine, show up at a crime scene, filming grieving families. You know, acts like a real fucking scumbag, declaring guilt and innocence like Judge Judy with a friggin' ring light. The Commonwealth doesn't have to prove you meant to intimidate. They just have to show the effect. That's all. And that shit's loud. And the effect is on video. The effect is loud, loud, loud. You know, he's going to call it, oh, I'm undefeated. This is your prevention order history. I'm undefeated. I'm undefeated, man. I'm undefeated, boy. This was his downfall, and he got crazy. Miss GNX said, this is true at Matt. He wasn't interested in being an objective, neutral reporter. Crazy. So yeah, so the Commonwealth calls it a pattern of people seeking protection. I mean, judges don't issue temporary orders just for fun.
We got 88 people on Rumble. Cool. All right, so hook that up. Give us a like. So I'm like, you know, we need to, these crusty panties of the world. It's like for those who haven't read it, it's just good to refute them just with a nice bulleted top 50.
Hey guys, guess what? There was 1.4K watching
hook that up
at that time.
We'll get into that momentarily.
Oh shit!
But anyway, you didn't see an alert. A lot of people didn't see an alert. Is that right? You have to ignore not one of these. You have to ignore all.
Okay. So he had 1.4K watching, and he thought it was like, oh my fucking god, I have the world watching. Okay. And this is how reckless he is. Then when, again, he was able to throw around the likeness of Karen Reed, David Inetti, Alan Jackson, all this shit is what got him here. And because he basically, in a way, was blackmailing Karen Reed, because if Karen Reed didn't give him more information, give me the material, I'm running out of material, then I'm going to start making up my own material. And that's literally what he did. Why do you think the rolling rally happened? Because he didn't have any fucking material. He also had to compete with mainstream media because, unlike the truth, which is everybody was covering this case, he had to stand out, and he had to be like, hey, look at me, look at what I'm going to do for you. Keep sending me the bones, not, you know, Court TV and the other people.
I mean, really, it's people like what Miss Lana is doing, you know, that are really getting things done. But if you look at harassment prevention order history, right, he's going to call it undefeated, but the Commonwealth calls it a pattern of people seeking protection. How many people seek protection from this wuss? Judges don't just issue a temporary order for fun, you know, or an abuse protection order like allegedly Bailey Braga has, the guy that's suing me. he has allegedly 1 year abuse protection orders protecting his 6-year-old child from him. But yeah, man, because judges don't issue these things just for fun. They issue them because somebody feels unsafe. Like allegedly in the Bailey Braga situation, a 6-year-old girl feels unsafe. And prosecutors pay attention to that, right? Because when your income depends on escalating conflict, your behavior becomes predictable. And predictable behavior is easy to prosecute. Turtle Boy didn't just document his actions, he monetized them. He monetized his friggin' actions. And predictable behavior is easy to prosecute, and that's what Turtle Boy has. He has predictable behavior. So it's a lot easier to prosecute than what these numbnuts are doing. He didn't just document his actions, he monetized them.
But he needs to have his. But this is the first episode where the anti-Karen stuff comes out. But he really wants to be the anti-Turtle Boy, and he can't talk enough
50
about
of them.
himself.
Okay.
And
we
so
don't-
here's the
we might
50
never have that
things.
unless people start talking.
Okay, do you see this picture he's using in his blog? That is a picture straight out of the fucking Canton police took that photo. To have this photo and literally not say to Alan Jackson or David Inetti or Karen Reed, because you're in contact with them, and to say, wow, the caddy's missing, Nicole's caddy's missing. That's how dumb he is. Look at the picture that's up. That's a picture from the fucking Discovery.
Mm-hmm.
He's using a picture from the Canton Police Department that they took that day. And this is when Matt pulls in their SUV. Well, guess what? There's only 2 vehicles because he had the other side too. He had both angles. There needs to be a third vehicle there at the very least. This dude, he needed Karen Reed to give him everything because he cannot think for himself. And when he does try to think for himself, he commits crimes.
Bingo.
That's what criminals do.
Say that again.
Because that's what criminals do. Influence, persuade is like, oh my fucking God, I have the world watching. Okay? And this is how reckless he is. Then when, again, he was able to throw around the likeness of Karen Reed, David Inetti, Alan Jackson, all this shit is what got him here. And because he basically, in a way, was blackmailing Karen Reed, because if Karen Reed didn't give him more information, give me the material, I'm running out of material, then I'm going to start making up my own material. And that's literally what he did. Why do you think the rolling rally happened? Because he didn't have any fucking material.
Yeah,
he also had to compete with mainstream.
He had nothing else to do. So he figured, let's go around and let's call civilians murderers without evidence. Let's show up for their court dates. Telling them that I'll remember your face when you go to prison. That's not journalism, bro. That's exhibit A, B, or C. All of the above. Calling a civilian a murderer without evidence is crazy. It's crazy. Telling them they're going to remember your face when they go to prison. That's insane. So now number 9. Because remember, we started off with 10. She's doing 50. We got 10. The Commonwealth has the receipts. Now we're going to go on with them. I got to make a cup of coffee because I am fucking exhausted right now. I'm going up on like 3 days rest. I mean, no rest, working. You all know I work third shift, but give me a minute because we're going to get through this.
Media, because unlike the truth, which is everybody was covering this case, he had to stand out and he had to be like, hey, look at me, look at what I'm going to do for you. Keep sending me the bones, not, Court TV and the other people. But he needs to have
Any
his
other people. I like
But
that
this is the
one.
first episode where the anti-Karen stuff comes out. He really wants to be the anti-Turtle
Charlie's
Boy.
back on.
And he can't talk about
Okay.
himself.
Okay.
And
we
so
don't.
here's the
We might
50
never have that
things.
unless people start talking.
Okay, do you see this picture he's using in his blog? That is a picture.
Okay, hold on. Let me get there. Uh, 25 don't have it on yet. Like I always said, the best part of Turtle Boy ran down Mama's leg. Definitely have to make a song about that. It's like the best part of waking up is Turtle Boy running down his mama's leg.
And just so you should know, I think that some of the Jack and Jill party could be relevant. Could be relevant to Kelsey's state of mind. That's always an important factor. So I think some of it could be allowed in. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how the judge is going to be doing it. Chief John Roberts just sent some lemon pound cake to Adams County, Ohio Sheriff's Office. Hope they enjoy it. Robot Glock says she fled the house. We want the tea. Yeah, she's going to try to push a certain narrative, that's for sure.
I don't see it on yet.
Valerie, thank you for streaming this trial. Well, Valerie, thank you for joining the stream.
Oh, is the sidebar? Yes, we were watching the trial. Can we keep the trial is back on? All right, let's see if we can find it. Oh.
Yes, please.
Is it true that you drove home to Stowe on Sunday of that weekend?
Yes.
Oh,
That is the,
I think we got it.
the days, yes. I stayed at a
I
hotel.
mean,
in the
brother
morning.
counsel has it.
And then ultimately on Sunday, you went to your house in Stowe?
Correct.
And did you have without telling me what the conversation was about, did you have a conversation with Justin on that Sunday?
Yes.
And then did you again have a conversation with Justin the next day, which was Monday, June 30th?
Yes.
And as a result of that conversation, did you go somewhere?
Absolutely.
Where did you go?
We drove to his friend Hunter's house.
And who is Hunter?
Hunter is Justin's friend who he knew through the fire academy.
And where does Hunter live?
Hunter is in, I believe, his friend in North Andover, where he lives.
And is that where you drove on June 30th?
Correct.
And who did you drive with?
Just for now, hang on.
Car alone. I met Justin there after he called me.
And did you, was anybody else at Hunter's house that day?
Yes.
Just for
It
now, give me a
was
minute.
Hunter, myself, and two of her friends, two of Kelsey's friends, Michelle and Katrina, who were very concerned.
Okay, without talking about what was said, did you and Justin at some point go somewhere alone?
Yes,
Where did you go?
we went to, I'm not sure which courthouse it was. We went to a courthouse
And what was the purpose of you and him going to the courthouse?
to file, so he could file for an emergency restraining order in custody
And get custody of
of Caden.
And who's Caden?
Caden is Justin's son.
And how old was he at the time?
He was right around 4 months.
God damn. All right, hold on a minute.
What happened when you went inside?
Lauren, Kelsey's mom, was holding Caden. She was angry. She said to Justin, Kelsey is fine. Justin's,
Stay on stage. And you don't, no one expects you to know these.
How about now? Do you have sound?
But unless you're specifically asked, you can't.
Let me know if you have sound.
Okay. Right, thanks very much.
So you go inside, you and Justin go inside?
yes,
And then you saw, who did you see?
Lauren Page was holding.
All right, everyone, we're going to switch to Law and Crime Network. I think they have a little bit of a better audio. So we're going to switch to that. Just hold on one moment.
Hold on, people. All right.
You can't repeat what people told you. Okay. Right. Thanks very much.
Your Honor.
So you go inside, you
Sure,
and
put it
Justin go
back on
inside,
the other network.
Yes.
and then you saw, who did you see?
Lauren Page was holding Caden,
And who's Lauren Page?
Kelsey's mother.
Okay, and you and her had a conversation,
Justin and yes.
and then what happened next?
There were gunshots that went off.
And how do you know what they were gunshots?
It was, I've been shooting before. I know what a gun sounds like. There were several gunshots and an explosion sound because they, I believe, had hit the air conditioner. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the window.
Objection, Your Honor, there's no personal knowledge of any of this.
Is this what you saw or
I saw the smoke.
overruled?
And where were you standing when you heard the gunshots?
I was near
I'm
the
gonna
side
grab
where
a
the
cup
school
of coffee
parking lot
now.
is.
Okay, we good? You can
I
hear
was
it? You
next
guys sound?
our cars.
Sound
in the
check?
yard.
And
Yeah, I'm friggin' exhausted,
approximately
man. They
how
don't
many
even know.
gunshots plural? How many did you hear?
There were at least 2.
He's working all the
And after
time to keep it real with truth and facts and what's happening in the world around
I was
us.
right in front of the
Thank
house,
you.
yes.
I want to build up
And
my
what did you
channel and I want to give you guys a
I
good
knew I needed to
product,
run.
you know, but
I
and I'm working
started
on
to back up.
this case.
And I was scanning the house,
I'm
just
working
praying to
50
see
hours
Justin
a
come out.
week, driving, and then all the hours I'm putting in on the
Certain how to say that I'm not
podcast.
supposed to, I guess, there, but I feared he was not
My
coming out of
body
that
is
house.
just beat
And I
down. I just can't
I
afford
backed up.
anything anymore.
I object to the further line of questioning.
It's exhausting, man. I'm just tired.
Strike the entire testimony.
Okay, overall.
Physically tired, emotionally.
I know you're nervous. Everyone gets nervous. Just listen to the question and just answer just the question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Apologies, Your Honor.
Where did you go after you heard the gunshots?
I ran, put my arms around Caden, and I ran through the school parking lot and was looking for somewhere to hide. And I cut into a neighborhood and looked back and didn't see anyone. So I cut behind a house and hid behind trees.
What is she
And I
talking about?
And sometime shortly thereafter, did Justin come and pick you up?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So she ran with what, the baby?
No further questions.
Cross.
A couple of questions, Your Honor, if I may. Ma'am, you said you were let into the property?
Yes.
Who let you in?
One of the officers.
And how did that go?
In what sense?
Did you
That's
ring the
top
bell?
door
Did-
right
did
there, Miss
Justin ring the bell? Did
BNX,
you knock
top
on the door?
mod.
Did he break the door in? What happened?
He did not break the door in. The officer opened the door for us. I don't recall if we called him or if he saw us pull in, but we did tell him we were on our way, so he was expecting us.
Which officer opened the door for you?
I don't remember. I think it was Daly, but I do not remember.
Have you seen any video of how you went into the house?
I have not, no.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we play a clip that's in our exhibit, our thumb drive, if I may.
All right, is it within Exhibit 74?
Yes.
Sure.
All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna go get coffee for real this time.
We're getting there, Judge. Don't worry about it. Take your time. You need our IT person? No, I hope not. Counsel, can I just make an observation?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to interfere. This format that is on the screen is different than what was on exhibit.
Yes.
Hold on, please let me finish.
Sorry.
Is different than what was on exhibit 74. I just want to make sure, however you do it, that ultimately I have what you're playing.
Sure.
Okay, so if it's just a different format and it's already on 74, no problem.
So Judge, you're a step ahead of us. I was just confirming with counsel that this particular one is not on there, but I was just gonna, I'm sorry? Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, so, I'm sorry, I guess it is on there. I thought it was. Okay, we're good?
So
All right.
just so we're all on the same page, to the extent that either side ends up playing something over and above what is on 74, let's just
We'll
mark
make
it
sure
and get
that
it
it
into
gets,
evidence.
we have it on drive. All right, thank you, Ron. So, do you see what's depicted on the screen, ma'am?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And this is the porch area of 125 Phillips Brooks Road, correct?
It is.
Okay. Can you play? So where's the officer that let you in?
He was right behind that door. I do not recall the exact scenario. He was right at that door.
So you walked in without anyone letting you in her house, didn't you?
I don't know that I could say that because the officer was right
Did you see
behind it.
anybody on there letting you in?
I can't see the other side of the door.
So you're already in the house by that time. You walked in the house all by yourself, didn't you? With your
So
brother?
when I've gone to their house before, I typically go in that doorway and then knock at that door there.
You walked right in, didn't
I don't know. There was an
you?
officer
Well,
right
you saw
behind
What
it.
did you see in the video?
I walked in. I'm not sure if an officer was right behind it opening that too. Because I
Nothing.
know he was at the door.
And I'll offer that, it's not in, but I believe it's in the front.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Say that again?
I believe that clip is in the thumb drive, but
Is
if you find out it's not, I would offer it to.
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may step down. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness. Okay.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do.
Get up a seat. Put yourself right up to that mic.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Alayan, Justin, last name Aylaian.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32,
And what town do you live in?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
Did you grow up there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's still Bolton and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there were some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We would give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills. And we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp. In Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia, immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training. I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay. How long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go for Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Course, prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that with an honorable discharge in the, I believe, winter of 2019.
So then did you come back up here?
I did, yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs for to become a firefighter.
Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes. I got on at North Andover Fire Department in August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back for my fire science degree at Anna Maria College, which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT with the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT, or how does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members in the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and then that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. She was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer, and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
Okay. At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well. And it was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
And where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover. My lease had ended that May of 2024. And at that point, we decided that we were going to live together, and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was, yes.
Were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay. And when was a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay? Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday?
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second, and we're going to talk about that day in particular, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It was both text and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillipsbrook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Had you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay. At any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, guns, or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain. I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
And I object to any further questioning on this on plurality grounds and on relevance grounds to whether Ms. Fitzsimmons assaulted a policeman in a bedroom where it was just the two of them.
I'm just going to take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
You own firearms?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Roughly 9.
And where were they kept in the home?
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly. If you were to walk into the bedroom, it was on the left side in the green chest, directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay. So if you walk into your home through the door, yes, front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, almost right in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe that you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black. Okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay. And it's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her. I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Okay. What kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left side of the landing, and I retrieved my firearms from there first.
Okay. And then you talked about a green safe.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. You walk up the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you had described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
So are we not now talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay. Sure.
going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
Can you see that screen?
I do, yes.
Recognize what that is.
Yes.
So describe where the photo taker, the picture taker would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing as immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the two rooms.
Okay, and that's the one on the left that we had been describing,
Yes.
correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously
Hold
marked.
on. The one on the left, meaning the room on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it. And behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left, and the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
And I'm sorry if I asked this already. Did you see any of the defendant's guns in that rifle safe?
Yes.
How many? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was two, but I don't remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me. I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing going up to the second floor on the right side that's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs are pretty much behind them.
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. And you recognize that room, first of all.
Yes, I recognize the room.
And that's the same room we were just talking about?
Yes.
The green safe is the box in the left corner of the picture?
Yes, and on the ground, that the large chest, the box, yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what that box is?
I do not know.
Have you seen that box before?
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, and you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember that box being on top?
That box was not there, sir.
Now I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
She had made several attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common via text message. She had reached out and said, "Can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.?" My initial response back to that was, "For what?" She then again tried to get me to reason with me to meet me at the Common again. At that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points, and I told her that was not comfortable. I did not feel comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay, and I feared that his life was in danger.
Next question. Yes,
where were you when the texting back and forth was happening?
I believe I was at my parents' house in Stowe.
Okay. At some point, did you make your way to North Andover?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt that my son's life was in grave danger and that imminent harm may come to him in the hands of Kelsey.
Okay. So as a result of that.
Hold on, there's an objection. Overruled, just as the state of mind, not the truth.
So where did you go?
I went to my friend Hunter Hassam's house. He was renting an apartment in North Andover at the time.
Did you call anybody to meet you there?
I don't know if I had made the calls or they had called me, but I had called my sister Courtney. I told her that I was going to North Andover. I had feared for my son, and I didn't know what was going to happen, but I had called her, and I was in contact with Kelsey's maid of honor, Katrina, and her bridesmaid, Michelle.
You had stated that you had. So Katrina, Michelle, Courtney, Hunter, and you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you all in Hunter's house right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without saying what was said between well, was there anybody else there? 'Cause I have 5.
I believe Hunter's girlfriend at the time, she was there as well. I believe she was present.
Now, were you communicating when you were there with the defendant at all?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were text messages that were being exchanged just over Caden, our son, and just general messages back and forth.
Okay. Did you ever agree to go meet her at the park?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you learn through the text messages anyway that she knew you were at Hunter's?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
All of us were at Hunter's. We were all discussing the events that had occurred and what we could do to ensure Caden's safety, which is our son, but also Kelsey and everyone else around. At one point, Kelsey had messaged my phone.
I'm sorry. To the extent, Judge, that the questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer, I object. And, there's been all sorts of objections sustained about the answer. So I would ask the court to maybe direct the Commonwealth to make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's half okay and half non-responsive and objection.
So the objections are overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you. Did she, meaning the defendant, say something to you to indicate that she knew you were at Hunter's? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. What did she say?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, what are you doing? Something along the lines of, what are you doing at Hunter's? What is happening? Why are you with my friends? Something along those lines.
Okay. Now, without getting into the conversation that you had with your friends and with your sister, was a decision made for you to go somewhere to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
To go to Lawrence to obtain a restraining order attached with temporary custody of Caden.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact. It was family probate court, I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
And who did you go with?
I went with my sister Courtney.
Okay. Now, did you fill out paperwork while you were there?
I did, yes.
Did anyone assist you in filling that out?
Yes. My sister helped me, and then there was also someone with the court system. I don't know who the name was, but they assisted as well.
Fair to say you went in front of a judge, an order was issued, and then you left the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the building?
I immediately went to the North Andover Police Department.
When you got there, did you have a conversation, without saying what was said, with some of the police personnel there?
Yes.
Did you give them anything?
I believe I handed them the restraining order. And they said that it was already faxed to them.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
They did, yes.
And what did you do?
I waited at the police station while they went to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons home.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call?
I did, yes.
From who?
I believe it was from Officer Daly. He had called to inform me to come to the residence and get custody of my son.
So did you go?
I did, yes.
Did you go with anybody else?
My sister and I, we both went to the house. We took 2 separate cars.
Did you get there at the same time?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
At that point, we both walked into the house. Officer Daly was downstairs. 2 officers were upstairs. And Kelsey's mother was holding the baby in the living room. At that point, I obtained Caden from
a sign of a liar.
We initially started to put him in a car seat. And
A weed smoking firefighter. This guy's a winner.
Ready for transport to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who carried Caden out?
My sister Courtney did.
And what did you do?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could
He's on the Radderall too.
No clothes or any of my son's.
Was this the first time you went out? Or
Radderall might wake me up right now.
This was I went out the first time, and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first time you went out, Courtney went out with Caden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back
Yes.
and you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Caden and some of his bottles and formula.
Okay, so where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time. There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, I believe I had heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we're putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open, as there was no light down there.
Jesus Christ,
As I got
man.
it open, I threw the door open. I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see your sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible. Fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Sustained, just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had.
Yo, this guy's a real piece of shit. I'm sorry, but this guy is a real fucking piece of shit. Like, how you gonna be like just testifying against your baby's mother like that? Oh, I fear for my life and my baby's life, man. You are a straight up. Oh my God, man. If I didn't value my channel.
I made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that point, I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was, or if she was okay. And then
at some point, did she appear?
She did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
To get away.
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. I'll get just have 1 second. Yes.
I mean, you better really put some pressure on this guy, man. Like, what a weasel. I was in fear of my life. You was in fear of your life by that beautiful girl? How do you respect that now, today, yesterday? How do you ever respect that?
Were the guns that you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
No,
Is there a gun safe in the basement?
there was never a gun safe in the basement.
Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay, when you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No.
Okay, is that where she usually parked?
Yes, always.
Okay, and when I asked you
Like,
that
what
question,
type of man does that? What type of
During
man
the day, what time?
testifies against his baby's
It must have
mother?
been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
Questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer, I object. And, you know, there's been all sorts of objections sustained about the answer. So I would ask the court to maybe direct the Commonwealth to make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's half okay and half non-responsive and objection.
So the objection's overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you.
Permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Caden. So I asked permission to.
At some point, you came back
Yes.
and you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes. Yes, I asked permission to.
Point, you came back?
I believe I had a car seat in my. Yes.
What did
came back in?
Okay, so the first time you went out.
This was the first. This is my son's.
Was this-
So I could. I asked if I could obtain some clothes while in court. We initially started to put him in a car seat, and then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who carried Caden out?
My sister Courtney did.
And what did you do?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could live day to day as I had no clothes or any of my son's.
Was this the
belongings.
first time you went out, or did you go back in the house a second time, if you remember?
This was the first. I went out the first time and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first time you went out, Courtney went out with Caden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back
Yes.
and you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Caden and some of his bottles and formula.
Okay, so where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time. There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, I believe I heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we're putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open as there was no light down there. As I got it open, I threw the door open. I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see your sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible. Fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
I can't stand when he says that. See, some men Listen, let me break this down for you. Hey, bitch boy, you know what? You're fitting for that song too, bitch boy. See, some men, right? They don't testify because they have to, right? See, Justin here is testifying because he wants the attention. See, these are the guys who treat the courtroom like a stage. You know what I mean? He's got rehearsed lines. Look at his dramatic pauses. Like, oh my God. Oh, I had to protect my sister. I had the safety of my sister's life and my baby's life. I had to get her ready for transport. What transport? They're not protecting their child. This dude's protecting his own friggin' ego. And the mother of their child, right, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, is becoming a prop in this guy's performance. Mommy put them all up to this stuff while they're outside watching the trial on the phone, even after they're ordered not to. You know, a man who can't stand not being the victim. Like, that's what Justin is, right? Because there's a special breed of man who cannot survive without being the center of the tragedy. And he'll do anything to stay the center of the tragedy, whether he has to rewrite history, exaggerate all this bullshit, weaponize the police, weaponize the emotions, swear he's the wounded one. Even when everyone else sees the pattern, this guy doesn't testify to tell the truth. He testifies to control the narrative.
Sustained, just what you did.
I'm sorry. I
got into my
got
vehicle.
overwork.
I
I'm
believe I
sorry.
had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that point, I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was, if she was okay. And then
At some point, did she appear?
she did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, at my parents' residence.
Thank you. I'll get you a 1 second.
Yes.
You know, this man, right? He thinks court, not Bradle. I'm talking about this fucking Justin guy, right? Thank you. I'm sorry. I just get so mad. Like, he makes it look like way worse, and he just gets my blood pumping, man. Like, they get my blood boiling. Some of these men I just can't stand some of these men out here that abuse women, abuse the system. You know what I mean? Use these kids as pawns. You know, some men, they walk into these courtrooms like it's the season finale of a show that only they're watching. They're not there for justice. They ain't even there for a paycheck. They want to keep the score. Guys like Justin want to hold grudges. He's just like Turtle Boy, wants to play the long game of petty. And I hate to even put a long game in that, but they're playing The petty game, a long game of pettiness. Right, another turtle boy playing the victim. Treats co-parenting like a battlefield. Treats co-parenting like a game. And when everything else fails, he runs to the witness stand, right? Like, it's like, that's what you had to do to get Kelsey away? You got to run to the witness stand? Exactly. Kelsey has more balls than Justin. You know, you want to run to the witness stand like it's the complaint department. You can't co-parent without an audience, Justin, right? Because healthy men handle conflicts privately. Healthy men handle conflicts privately. Bitch boys like yourself, unhealthy men like Aiden Connie, Will Henry, Uncle Debbie, the chat rat, Danny, all these unhealthy men. They need a judge. They need a gallery, a transcript, a spotlight. Because without an audience, they have no power. And testifying becomes a performance and not a friggin' responsibility. And you got that right. Jay Bryman, 143. Hey, 143. I like that number. Has anyone said they love you? Well, any true man would have empathy, sympathy for the mother of their child. How would he like it if that was his mother? I mean, you know what? He's still sucking on mommy's titty. You don't think Justin's mother is still wiping his ass? Because without an audience, these men have no power. They look at this as a performance, not a responsibility. You know, Justin's just another man that forgets his child is watching. That's your baby's mother. He's still on the titty. Look at that guy, man. You don't think she's still wiping his ass? Absolutely, Justin. Your son will see this. Where's the integrity? Where's the honor? Kids grow up. Kids hear stories. Kids connect the dots. And one day, that son of yours is going to ask, Dad, why was you a piece of shit to my mother? Why did you do that to my mother? And the man who testified for ego, for attention, for revenge, will have no answers. He will have no answers. And it don't crumble under the weight of the truth. I'm sorry. Guys like this just get me pissed, man. I am so sorry. Guys like that just get me so friggin' angry, yo.
Were the guns that you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
My apologies.
No.
My
So a gun safe in the
apologies.
There was never a gun safe in the basement.
Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay, when you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No.
Okay, is that where she usually parked?
Yes, always.
Okay, and when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing. And you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you
I had
spent
to fix
about
my camera.
60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Is that true?
Answer his question, Justin. Oh, you stuck there. I want to hold my baby. You held your baby so bad. It was like, it was like that Wayne's Brothers thing. Oh yeah, your daddy's coming to pick you up, Marlon Wayne's. And he comes over the house and he picks up the kid and he puts him down. He said, all right, I'll be your son. I'll be back next week to pick you up again. You just wanted it. It was just a show, Justin. It was just a show. Right? It was just a show. Look at his face. Oh shit. Yeah, I really didn't want to hold my son. I don't even like the kid. Look at his face. Look at that face, man. That's a face only a mother could punch. Only a mother could punch that face. Justin, I'm starting to think the better part of you might have ran down mommy's leg as well. I'm really starting to think that. Did the better part of you run down mommy's leg too, Justin? Justin, answer me. Did the better part of you run down mommy's leg, Justin? Only a mother could punch you in the face. Ha ha. I mean, come on, people. See, that's my problem. I just keep it too real. I have no filter.
Yes.
So, with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the
Come on. Don't mess up now. This is where we got to last time, and I fucked it up. Come on, Justin. We know you manipulated this. I mean, this guy forgets. His kid's watching. His kid's going to grow up and read, and read one day. He's going to connect the dots. Come on, we want to hear what Brado has to say. And he's going to say, why'd you do that to my mother, man? He might be actually ready to bitch slap you, Justin. You know what I mean? And one day, yeah, he's going to confront you totally. And it don't look like you much of a problem. You see that video of him running around, stumbling, falling, scared to death of Kelsey? Like, how you gonna raise that boy to be a man, Justin, when you are not a man? Look at your shoulders, bro. Pick up your shoulders. Pick up that chin. Where's your dad? Where's your father? Because he gotta be ashamed of you. He really gotta be ashamed of this motherfucker. You know what I mean? What kind of man testifies against the mother of his child? I'll tell you what kind. A man that has no courage. You know what I mean? A man that he mistakes attention for validation. You know what I mean? He wants to go on this big revenge tour thinking this is justice. Oh, I'll get her for when she cracked me in the face. Like, you were so worried about, you smashed me. She more than smashed you. She punched you like a man. And guys like Justin mistake performance for truth. Because they have no performance. They have no truth. And Justin has not learned that protecting your child starts with respecting the person that brought the child into this world. And that's why we have no respect. We can't respect the mother or the father that brought the child into this world. You guys made a baby together. You laid down. You put your little nasty pecker in that girl. You made a baby with her. But you haven't learned that protecting your son, the number one thing, protecting your son, starts with protecting the woman that brought him into this world. If I'm wrong, I'll close this computer and never get on it again. Because this is not a real man. A real man don't weaponize the courtroom to his benefits. A real man don't weaponize the police department to go after his baby's mother. A woman that carried 9 months. A real man doesn't drag the mother of his child through the mud to feel tall, because that's what you're doing. You drag the mother of your child through the mud so you can feel like a big man, Justin. A big man. This is the woman that gave your child life. And when the relationship is over, I mean, let's face it, it's probably not even your baby. I mean, no way you're man enough to make a baby. Maybe that's what all this is about. Maybe you can't keep it real with yourself, Justin. And today, we're keeping it painfully real. Because you have used this court as a weapon. Come on, what's going on with this shit? You have used this court as a weapon, Justin.
We initially started to put him in a car seat, and then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport, to bring him back
To get him
Stowe.
ready for transport.
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there, clothes or any of my sons. I went out the first time and then, yes.
What did you take, if you remember? And you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I ate in some of his bottles and formula. And there was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
Out, stop, don't do it. And I heard Kelsey's mother scream.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we're putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open, as there was no light down there. As I got it open, I threw the door open. I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
Run!
And so where did you go?
Do you hear this bitch?
I believe.
Help! 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 He said, I screaming for my sister to run. I screaming for my sister to run. He said, I screaming for my sister to run. What a bitch.
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible. Fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Sustain, just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle. And at that point, I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was or if she was okay. And then
at some point, did she appear?
She did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. Just have 1 second. Yes.
So this guy, man, he uses the court system. The judge becomes the audience. Now we're going to try to do this for a third time. The mother of the child is the villain now, right? In a story that they write themselves.
In the basement.
No.
Is there a
These
gun
aren't
safe?
fathers seeking
There was never a gun
fairness
safe in the basement.
and performers seeking power. Because a real man, let me tell you something.
Did you have
A real man protects his child to walk to the end of the earth, the end of a map.
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay. When you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No.
Okay. Is that where she usually parked?
Yes, always.
Okay. And when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
So with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the
Yeah, but he's freezing at this point, man. Unless that is the end of it. Oh, it is. It's the end of it. Damn it. We'll see if it's the end of it. Right? But it can't be the end of it. I mean, these ain't fathers seeking fairness, trying to be fair. I mean, a real man protects his child. A real man protects his baby's mother. Even if you can't stomach her, you still protect her because, you know, she pushed out your baby. But the weakest man of all, the men of Aiden Connie, the men of Justin, Will the Glare, you know, men like that. I mean, you're just the weakest man of all. You know, you are the one man who can't stand the fact that the woman that you never had any control over now stands on her own 2 feet once again. You know, like, come on, this is just ridiculous.
So with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the so with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was so with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the
God damn.
so with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right,
What's going on
until then,
here?
that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the
You know what? Let me go to the page and refresh it.
Dryer, so don't be concerned. And then I could tell she was getting upset. She started to shake, and I said, "Listen, you know, court date is in 2 weeks. It'll be over before you know it."
Did something happen next?
Yes, she was on one knee when she was wrapping up the clothes, and she pushed off with her left foot and lunged behind the door frame. So to my left, to her right.
Okay. Could you see what was there from where you were?
Not from my perspective, no.
What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
Can you describe or show us how she did that?
Yep. So when she came, went to Siena College for about.
We'll have to find that after how Justin ended it, but I think up next.
Not on the schedule and you're not presently able to work for that department, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you were placed on suspension or administrative leave, whatever you call it, is because you have been caught on video many, many times using drugs that are in violation of your department and the town policy, correct?
Allegations were placed against me, and the town has a responsibility to do their due diligence and investigate that matter.
So that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
When did that go into place?
I don't have the exact date, but roughly a week or two ago.
Do you know the duration of this suspension or whatever you want to call it? Oh, sorry.
Let's move on, Mr. Brady.
Sure. Nothing further, Aaron.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Commonwealth can call its next witness.
Patrick Noonan.
Bitch boy, we got a song coming for you. Kelsey, how'd you lay down with that dude? Look, they're all laughing. They're like, bitch boy. They're like, oh shit, Mikey's gonna make a song. Brado's saying right now.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? I do. Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to the mic. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Excellent. Thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, in a loud and clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Patrick Noonan, PatrickNoonan.
And how old are you, sir?
50,
And what town do you live in?
North Andover,
Where were you born?
Rochester, New York,
How long did you stay there?
until I was about 4 years old.
And where did you move to?
North Andover.
Who did you move with?
My sister, mom and dad.
And what are their names?
My mom is passed, but my dad is Timothy Noonan.
And what was her name?
Patricia.
And your sister?
Mary.
Does your sister live in the area?
She lives in Lynn.
Where did you go to school?
For high school?
Grade school, high school?
The North Andover Public School systems. And then for high school, I went to St. John's Prep.
And did you play any sports there?
Hockey and lacrosse.
Did you graduate?
I did.
Once you graduated, did you further your education in any way initially?
Initially, yeah, I went to Siena College for about a year, And then that wasn't working out. I got my degree later on down the road.
What'd you get your degree in?
Criminal justice,
From where?
UMass Law.
Now, after you left Siena, did you work?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do?
I worked at Macy's Security.
And at some point, how long did you work there?
Couple years. It wasn't too long.
Did you meet anybody significant in your life while you worked at Macy's?
My wife,
Who's that?
Angie.
And was she working there also?
She was.
Did you get married at some point?
We did.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a dangerous question. What's your anniversary?
It is December 22nd,
Okay.
1999.
1999. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you have any kids?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
Boy or girl?
Boy, Joseph.
And what does Joseph do?
He is currently at UMass Lowell as well, studying environmental engineering.
Have you lived in North Andover ever since you've been 4 years old?
No,
Did you move around?
I did when I was in the military.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Oh,
I'm sorry about that. At some point, you talked about you were in the military. What area of the military did you join?
Air Force.
And when was that?
That was in 99.
And where is boot camp for the Air Force?
Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about boot camp? Some of the training, some of the things that you were subjected to, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's some sleep deprivation. You also have, you have to learn how to march. They basically strip your identity and try to build you up as a team.
Okay.
Firearms training, things along that.
At some point, did you make it through boot camp?
I did.
Did you, I guess, enlist or volunteer to any special area of the Air Force?
Security forces.
And what is security forces?
They're basically the defenders of the force. So when I went in, I went through my tech school, which is almost like a police academy. We learn various different things in there, land nav, different weapons systems, things of that nature. And then once you graduate, you get your orders cut.
And what were your orders originally?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. And what was your role when you were in Cheyenne, Wyoming?
I originally, when I was waiting for my security clearance, I was originally working on the ground. So ingress, egress from the gates, a cruiser, enforce the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
When you're going through that type of training, are you trained in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Any different, all different types?
Yes.
Any other types of weapons,
Yes.
such as?
The 60, which is a fully automatic machine gun. The SAW, which is pretty much the same, only it's a little lighter. The 203, which is an M16 with a grenade launcher attached to it. M16 and also your sidearm.
Eventually, did you get your security clearance?
I did.
Okay, and was your assignment different when you got that?
Yes, they moved me over to like a camper team. So whenever a facility goes down, you go with a 4-man team to protect the site.
What kind of sites are we talking about?
Missile sites.
Nuclear missile sites?
Yes.
And are they in one state, more than one state?
Tri-state.
And what tri-state area was that?
That would be Wyoming, Nebraska, and Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado.
And was that your range or?
Yes.
And at some point, well, can you tell us a little bit about the training you got? Was there any specific training for that job?
It was basically like on-job training.
Okay.
We're already trained up, so you get your orders, you get your assignment, and you link up with your 4-man team.
Okay. At some point, did you move on from what you had described as a camper team?
Yes.
To where?
Fire team.
And what is a fire team?
Fire team consists of 4 people. Each person carries a different weapon, from the machine guns to the 203, so on and so forth. Our primary responsibilities were if any alarms were tripped on any of the missile sites, we respond.
And so you're heavily armed.
Mhm.
Is,
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
you say you
Appreciate
respond, is that on
it.
the ground?
Yes, it's on a Humvee. Yep.
Did you at some point move
Support
from
the channel. That's what's up. We're gonna do a lot of,
Yeah,
we got
to
a
the
lot of
fire
things
team, and then
coming
from
up.
the fire team, I went to the 37th helicopter unit.
Okay, so the helicopter unit.
Helicopter unit.
So how was your role different in the helicopter unit than it was on the camper team or the fire team?
We're still a 4-man fire team, but our primary mission there was to have overwatch whenever we're transporting nukes to or from base, and we basically radio down to the U.S. Marshal if we see a potential threat up ahead.
When did you leave the service?
2003.
Absolutely. Thank you for your support, man. Appreciate it. Shout out to JFK holding it down over there, you know. Brothers Eddie O'Brien. Now he's gonna tell us about Susan.
Any specific training of that, or did you rely on your military training for that?
There was also additional training for that. I think it was like 22 weeks or 12 weeks.
And what kind of trainings were that?
Just basic knowledge about nuclear energy, where to go in the plant, where not to go, different hazards to look out for, firearms training, and general knowledge of the whole plant itself.
At some point, did you decide to move on from Seabrook?
I did.
And what was your plan at that point?
The North Andover Police Department. I got on as a full-time reserve.
Okay. And how long were you a full-time reserve?
For 1 year.
And then did you become a full-time police officer?
I did. Went to the academy in 2006.
At some point during your tenure at the North Andover Police Department, did you have additional responsibilities?
Yes.
What were those?
Areas of responsibility, different sectors you're assigned to. Respond to calls of service, 911, medical, effect arrest when necessary, enforce motor vehicle law.
Okay. What is RRT?
Oh, tell me about it, man. This is the cop that shot her.
What is that?
They're a part of NEMLEC, and the RRT team primarily they deal with big crowds, riots, crowd control when it comes to let's say big games. If we win championships, just extra security, and also kind of like a search and rescue. If people go missing somewhere, they'll deploy the RRT to try to find them.
Were you part of that team?
I was.
For how long?
I would say about a year.
And NEMLEC, that's NEMLEC, correct?
Yes.
Northeast Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council?
That's correct.
Did you apply for a different role with NEMLEC
I
at some
did.
point? And what was that?
SWAT team.
And what's the difference between the RTT, the Regional Response Team, and the SWAT team?
The SWAT team primarily is special weapons and tactics. So we get trained up on different weapons, different uses of less lethal. We execute warrants, knock and no knock, for drugs and guns. If there is a hostage situation, I mean the whole gamut. Anything dangerous is what SWAT usually goes in for.
And so, was this a team you had to apply for?
Tryout.
Tryout.
Mhm.
Okay. And what did that consist of?
8 days. It was like a 3-mile boot run in the morning, and then you had to do push-ups in a certain amount of time, sit-ups, squat thrusts, squat benders. Then you had to run 1.5 miles after that, and make a specific time. After that, it was I think it was a 3-mile obstacle course you had to complete in a certain amount of time. And then after that, it was all firearms.
What's stress shooting?
When you shoot under stress, so typically how we induce stress when we want to stress shoot is we'll do sprints, we'll do.
Brown? Not here as an expert in stress shooting.
I'm sorry?
Giving expert testimony about what you should and shouldn't do under stress.
Well, he was asked how he practiced stress shooting. That's the way I understood it.
So the assumption sort of rolled in there, Judge, is that he knows about stress shooting, he knows what he's doing with respect to stress shooting.
Well, he does, because he's been trained in it, and he's telling me that about the training. So,
well, I don't object to his training. We're hearing a lot of it, but I do object to any sort of imprimatur as if he's an expert in giving his opinions about the area.
okay, so I'm going to take, as I said, I'll take it as it comes. I haven't heard any opinion testimony. If there's an opinion, please by all means object, but overruled.
You continue.
So to induce stress, when we go up to the range, we'll do a series of sprints, burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and then we go right online. That's for the intent of raising your heartbeat to a very high level and being able to shoot on target.
And when you say online, what do you mean?
The right in front of your targets.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
What's SWAT school?
That consisted of a full week, and I went to Worcester, and it was put on, hosted by LAPD SWAT.
Okay. What did that consist of?
Room entry, hallway clearing, room clearing, building searches, building clearing, the use of flashbangs, firearms, less lethal weapons, operating a Bearcat, shield work, the use of a Halligan, the use of a ram, things of that nature.
What's a shoot don't shoot scenario?
As far as
is that a thing? Shoot don't shoot?
oh yeah, we have shoot don't shoot scenarios.
Okay, and did you participate in those?
We did.
What are those?
They would put up targets when we were clearing a house, and some of them, the pictures were depicted of either someone having a gun to someone's head as like a hostage, or someone would just be holding up a purse. So that was shoot, no shoot.
How often, when you were with SWAT, were you required to train with them?
2 times a month, and then a 40-hour block in the year.
Every year?
During the year, yep.
Okay. And so how long were you with the SWAT? You were with it twice, correct?
Yeah, I was on 2 different teams.
Okay. The first time, how long were you with SWAT?
From 07 to, I believe, 13, shortly after the marathon bombings.
Okay. Did you, at some point, did you switch departments?
I did.
And you were in North Andover at the beginning, and where did you go?
I went to Lawrence.
Why?
I wanted a little faster pace.
Did you get it?
I definitely did.
Okay. Now, while you were with Lawrence, did you continue with your SWAT?
Yes, I tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team.
Okay. Can you tell us your trajectory while you were in Lawrence? Were you always on patrol?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
Became a field training officer, and then I wound up in detectives for several years, and then I went back to patrol to field train the new guys. SWAT, and that's pretty much it.
Now, you said you tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
That was another 8-hour day.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, was that I don't mean, that was a bad question.
Oh.
How long did you make it, right? You made
Yes.
it. And how long did you participate in this Lawrence SWAT team?
I believe 2019 to by the time I departed and went back to North Andover.
Okay. And so,
2024, Your Honor.
why did you come back to North Andover?
I just wanted to bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so a slower pace is kind of needed.
So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of 2025. Were you patrol on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was your shift? Do you remember?
I did a swap, so I was working for another officer. So that shift was 4 to 12.
At some point, did you get a call from someone in particular?
Yes, Officer Houston.
At some point, did you learn why he called you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Apparently, the defendant's ex-fiance took a restraining order out.
You had to serve it?
Yes, we had to serve it.
Did you know that person? Did you know a person by the name of Justin Elaine?
Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion.
Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the time that when I first transferred over. So.
All right. So you got a call from Houston.
I did.
Where did you go?
We met behind the Atkinson School. It's called the CCC, and he explained the situation to me.
Okay. Was he anybody else arrive at that point?
Not yet.
Okay. At some point, did someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Daly.
Did you talk about any plan as to how this was going to occur?
Yeah, Lieutenant Daly said that he'd do the talking, and based on the restraining order, Justin was supposed to get custody. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'll jump in. So you knew that there was potentially a child there.
Yes.
And that the child would be transferred from the defendant to the fiance, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So where did you go?
So from there, I pointed out to Officer Houston and Lieutenant Daly the positioning of where the defendant had parked her car, which was at least 150 yards away from her house. And we all thought that that was very odd.
So where did you go?
We pulled up right before the house. The foliage was pretty overgrown. So we left our cars there, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, we did.
How did that happen?
Lieutenant Daly knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and she came out.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
Her baby.
Where did you go?
We went into the family room. She went straight to a couch that's off to the left, and I kind of went straight. There was another couch, and I believe Houston was to the left of me.
Did you see and hear Lieutenant Daly interacting with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation that Justin had taken the restraining order out, that we were going to have to remove firearms from the house, and that the baby, their son, he was going to be in Justin's custody for, I think it was 14 days until the next court hearing.
When Lieutenant Daly mentioned that the guns were going to be removed, did the defendant say anything about that?
Yeah, she said that they were located downstairs in the basement.
What happened after that?
I noticed her duty belt on the couch, so I went and checked that. There was no firearm in there, and I observed like a gun case on a mantle. I opened that up, and there was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the guns were downstairs in the basement.
What happened next?
She went to gather some belongings for their son, and she came up and handed me the baby. He was screaming. I was trying to calm him down. I believe she gave me his bottle, and I was trying to feed him, but I'm thinking it can't be too comfortable. I wear an outer carrier vest, and I have all my equipment in the front, so it was kind of hard to cradle him.
Did you eventually hand the baby off to someone else?
I did. I believe Lieutenant Daly.
Now, if do you typically wear gloves when you're on duty?
I do.
Were you wearing gloves that day?
Yes, briefly for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you take them off once you were in the house?
I did.
Now, did Miss Fitzsimmons leave the room at all?
While I was with the baby, yes. Lieutenant Daly and Officer Houston escorted her around. I think it may have been a kitchen area. I never went back there, so I just basically